Hello. Stream 197. That means there's 1, 2, 3 more streams until we get to stream 200. How are y'all doing today? I'm going to continue the work I did yesterday, which was adding in zones and zone transitions. So what I want to have by the end of the day today, which is sort of an aggressive goal, would be that in the game you should be able to enter a building or a town or something. Yeah, what about that 10,000? Where's my $10,000, Rally Monkey? So hello, Rally Monkey, and Nui, and Develop It. How are y'all doing? Yep, those are the commands. They're all in the game now. The game is integrated with Twitch, sort of. Not completely integrated. I still have stream elements doing a few things, but a lot more integrated than it was. Yeah, Uptime stream element still does that one. Yippers. Follow age, yeah. All that stuff. How king. No such command. So yeah, yesterday I added the concept of different zones and the control in the admin panel to switch between zones. So I haven't yet fully deployed this into production, but in the test environment, I have this set up now so that if I go to zone 1, I'm now in a different map where I have placed these two hapless NPCs who are helping me test the other zones. So what I'd like to have, I think in the test environment we'll do it first, is I'll place some kind of zone transition icon on the map somewhere, and we'll have it so when you either step on it, probably make it step at first because that's the easiest. When you step on it, you would instantly be transported to the other zone. And when you step, maybe we'd have to have it both ways or else you get trapped here. You'd have another thing you step on and it takes you back to this zone. That's the plan today. So for that, I need what I'm calling triggers. And where did I have this down? I guess today's notes would be easier to look at. Oh yeah, for triggers at the end. Yeah, so a trigger would be a component that performs some kind of action whenever you enter or step on the where it is. And a transport action would move you to a new position and or zone. And I want to have them shown to the admin using a special sprite so that I can see where they are. And in fact, I think I will probably set it up so that multiple kinds of components show up in the tile view with the special icon. Probably what I'll do is anything that doesn't have a tile by itself, I'll have to make show with the special sprite so that I can actually see where they are. Is there no Adam13531 command? We can fix that. So I can either do it in chat or in here. I could say Adam13531. What do we want to say? If you haven't seen Adam13531, you have to check out his channel. Twitch TV Adam13531. He's making botland. Bot.land. I guess Twitch will abbreviate that for me, right? So I really don't need this stuff. A strategy game with focus on automation. We'll make that a VIP and above. And there it is. I can try that again. Cool. Solve, develop it. Thank you. All right. So to do stuff with triggers, I felt that it was time to introduce this new panel called the Entity Editor panel. So it's just going to be general purpose. It's going to be for a way in the admin tool to query different entities, get different components, add, remove, destroy, or add, update, and destroy components, and then tie them to positions in the world so that if I'm in that panel and I click in the world, I should get a list of the entities at that position and be able to add and edit entities there. How long is, I guess, alias to followage in stream elements? Interesting. Yeah, stream elements, your days are numbered. Okay. I'm done with this. I still had this in my notes to do before the entity editor panel. I think that's because right now I've been sort of hacking it by picking one for the test secondary zone here. I'm not actually using a real entity created, so I could overlap with some other entity. So I wanted to have some basic controls to add and remove and list the current known zones. Shut down. Yeah, that's a test command. So not in the production. That was just for playing around. I actually don't mind stream elements too much. It's been good to me most of the time. So yeah, I want to add some controls here for adding, removing, and listing zones. So let's do that. Player console. This is the front end, so player console is the front end. Source, views, activities, panels, character is this panel. So I was working on this yesterday. This has the boxes here and the buttons in this row. And I guess what we'll do is we'll add another row. How do I want to do it? It's just going to be a simple add and remove for now. So maybe just a list. I kind of want to keep the controls up. Well, actually, I don't care. I could actually not put these controls in the admin side. What do we want to do? Or maybe put it off in the panel over here. Got plenty of space here. So that would mean to take the movement buttons and put them in the flex container. Excuse me. A flex container that goes on in a row, right? So let's do that. Do I have a flex direction row anywhere? We'll let that search. While that's searching, I'll do some work here. I want some div there in which this is one of the things in that row, and then let me rename admin controls really quick. Let's call that camera controls. And this will be zone list. But zone list will only be available for admins. So it's the same kind of thing as the camera controls. And X out this stuff. I'll need some kind of div. Don't know what's going to be in it yet, but this will be the zone list. Okay, now what do we get for... Okay, so specific things have flow direction row. But I don't have a generic one. Do I want a generic one? Or do I want it to be grid? I don't know. I guess I'll just make it a flex and put it here somewhere. Wait a minute, is this the right place? This doesn't look right. Oh, I'm in admin console. What am I doing here? I need to get rid of that admin console. Actually, it confuses me that it's present. Here we go. Close that guy. I have space separated bar. There's nothing in that class in and of itself. Actually, I could just use this. I don't need flex. Yeah, I could just make it that's the class name. And then let's just put something here for testing. So this will be, is there something with a red border? Let me exclude the admin tools too. What was it again? The name. Admin console. And then I'm looking for, what am I looking for? Red, back border. Drop zone active. Close. I thought I had a generic red bordered thingy. Thingy, that's a technical term, you know. I don't think I do actually. I can just add it here, I guess. We'll make it have a class anyway. This is zone list, or yeah, zone list. Yo, poker, how's it going? Yo. Order. Always get this wrong. Okay, solid 2 pixels red. And then let's just put something in there for now. Hello world. Right, so that's not going to work because... Why? Because those are divs and not spans. So I really can't use space separated bar. Let's just give it a formal name. Actually, I could just use flex, couldn't I? I could say that this... Oops. I want the whole string, not part of it. This is display flex. Flex direction. Row, so it's not ambiguous. And I don't want them to be... yeah, I want it to not grow by default. So we'll do it this way. Flex 0, was it 0 auto? No. Actually, I thought that would work. Why isn't that working? I also need to have it not take up all the vertical space. Yeah, I thought 0 auto meant don't grow or shrink. But maybe the basis of auto is wrong. Where have I used flex before? In stuff like this? Oh, that's a table. Hey there, KHP S official. Okay, here's where I used it. What did I do here? Hmm. Indeed. Why is this grid taking up all the space that it thinks it needs? Why does it think that it needs all that space horizontally? Good question. It's just growing to however much it can take. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? Flex 1, 0 auto? So I need to get rid of that. Yeah, that's what it is, I think. Right here? Yeah, get rid of that. Cool. And then I need to where was that again? Space separated bar. There we are. I want to turn off the was it flex align? Haven't memorized this yet, so I gotta look it up. Flexbox. Align items. Flex start. And then the other one was, or did I want baseline? I just do baseline. What does that get me? That's fine. Actually, I kind of wanted it for that baseline. What does flex start do? Kind of has a weird alignment for that. But gets me what I want there. Let's keep that the way it is, and let me add another class to this. Can I just say flex align baseline? And just add it here. Actually, I don't want it for that one. I want it for the bar up here. Steak is nice every day. I suppose my kids are into steak. Me, not so much. All right, I want some border for this thing. I mean some margin for that thing. I should be looking at what's the parent of this character panel. It's a column with that in it. I really don't know what's the best practice in CSS. To try to use generic classes or use specific ones. Actually, what I kind of want is for this to have a class that places margins for the second, for not the first child, top margins. Also, why is that button on the bottom like it used to be? Oh, because this isn't taking up all the available space anymore. Okay, so let me move that to, yeah. Updated your bot so it works with my new bot and does something new. You won't tell me what it's doing until it happens? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to think this is a bad idea to use generic names here. Let's have this, Character panel body. Cleverbot integration? What's Cleverbot? Yeah, but then have this one be what I was missing there. Flex. Was it 1-0 auto? 1-0 auto. Yeah, now that, excuse me. Now that's down there at the bottom right. And I need to get the extra margins added. Like this. Not first child, margin top. That's what I want. There we go. Some nice margins there. Okay, so this is where I'm going to put the zone list, and it can go use up as much area as it wants. Sorry. Got caught with the fit of the sneezes. Wait a minute. Oh, that's down there. Okay, got it. Here it is, zone list. Okay, zone list. Hey there, Romania Hate. How's it going with you? Going fine here. Drinking some beer. Oh yeah, for you it's the afternoon or the evening. Steak. Does beer go with steak? I would prefer what? A wine? A nice red wine? Yep. Oh, you EU people. It's always so late for you. And you're up in the middle of the night. All right. So this is going to have a table in it. Thanks for the follow, HAVN. And I should put it, it could be long, so I need to put it into a shrinking container like I did with one of these other panels, like with the Golem panel. Golem panel had the shrinking container in it. And the form inside of it. Yes. Why did it have a form? Oh, because it had an add in it. Yeah, we'll just do the same thing. Whoops. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, here we are. Could I just make the zone list a shrinking container? I guess I could. So that means I get rid of one div level and combine these two. There we go. And then I need an on-submit and a change field. I don't need a drop zone. What do I mean if a database supports Raft? Well, right now there's not just one server, but 3 servers, and each one is supposed to have an independent state. So if the state is moved to a database, that means I would need to have 3 different databases, one for each server instance. And what the Raft requires is a sequence that the changes be represented as a sequence of transaction log entries, and that periodically we can reduce that to a snapshot. So those requirements of Raft, like I don't know how to do that in something like MySQL. Like how do you get MySQL to say, please make a snapshot or please install a snapshot, and you know, have a snapshot be a binary chunk. I don't know how to do that. I mean, if that can be done, maybe I would use it. But I'm not sure exactly what the database would solve for me, other than that it stores data, which I can already do in a file. I don't know anything about NoSQL, so if you guys think NoSQL would fit all those requirements, maybe I would look into that. Right now, the requirements are mostly driven by Raft, and then the storage, it could just be right now it can just be a simple file, because the only things I really need to store are a sequence of chunks and for the journal, and then a bigger single chunk for a snapshot. So file system works just fine for that. You linked me to Rethink DB, which is on top, but if that's on top of the Raft algorithm, that means they probably implemented Raft themselves, right? So would that make sense to have a Raft-driven database with a Raft-driven game server? Then you have two Rafts. It sounds like it's overcomplicated. I would need a database that fits into a system architecture that already has Raft in it. You know what I mean? It might help. It just, I don't know. It's like you know, you're having puzzle pieces and you're trying to fit them together, and it's like, well, I don't see how they would really fit. But it might be just because I don't really know. I don't know anything about NoSQL. I don't know anything about Rethink DB. Maybe if I read about them, it would make sense to me how the pieces would fit together. You know? I'll give you a couple points for those suggestions, because I can always just research those and learn if they make sense for me, right? So you're suggesting NoSQL and Rethink DB. NoSQL fits the JSON that I already have. Thing is, I'm going to be moving away from JSON because it is it's a significant performance hit to be constantly encoding and decoding them. The only reason I would need to generate JSON at all, really, is to make it human readable for me while debugging, right? When I'm looking at the messages that are going across this network, I guess I have to hit reload to see it. Yeah, these messages. The only reason I use JSON is so I can understand the messages without having to run a decoder program. And so this is only between the client and the server. Between the server and other servers, and between the servers and the file system, I might as well just use anything like that's most efficient. So I just move that to a binary serialized form, or a database if a database supported what I need. But I would just keep the JSON between client and server, and only while I'm debugging. Once I'm done debugging and it's pretty solid and I stop needing to look at these, I could move this to binary also, right? Yeah. So, yeah. I sense that I'll need to move to a database at some point. The problem is, like, I don't know enough about databases to know how it would fit into the Raft cluster that I made. But that's only a matter of just understanding databases and then picking the right one. Yeah, protobuf would help me, although I don't mind making binary serialization by hand. I've done it a couple times. And I even have a tool I wrote to help me decode them if I need to, like visually. So like if I had a binary snapshot and I wanted to peek into it, I could use the tool I wrote for that. And that stuff's kind of fun for me, so I might end up just doing it, you know, just like everything else I do in the stream. I might do some of that by hand. But I should probably at least look into protobuf to understand what it does. Maybe if I like it enough, I just use it and I wouldn't want to write my own. Okay, the character panel, right, has the zone list, form in it. What are the... Let's put in columns for what am I calling it? E? It occurred to me the other day someone saw that E and thought it said euro and said something in chat, and I'm like, and it took me like a few days to realize, oh, that's what they're looking at, that symbol that looks like a euro. But for me, I put that in as capital E for entity. That's what it really was for. Oh, we have a new player. Welcome, Ov Trizen. Close and lock the name check. That's just there to do some manual moderation of the name. Yeah, it looks like euro, doesn't it? So, but that really stood for entity. I didn't want to use ENTITY, because it would make the column wider than I needed it to be. Same thing for ID and like for here, points and tickets. Like those are wider than I need the column to be, and they're taking up precious horizontal real estate. So like this permission, I should probably just make that perm, right? So E, need the entity ID, and I'm going to make a column for a name. And that way I'll be able to assign names to zones, and then I want to have a filter bar eventually. So it'll just be like that for now. Oh, and I want actions, don't I? Because actions will be right now update and remove. So I need to have the rows. So let's actually give a better name here. Zone list rows. And then this is the add row. So there would be nothing in the entity column. A name. So this would be new zone name. Set new zone name. Size. Let's make that programmable. Zone name input size. And we'll make that, we'll give that a number up here. I don't know. 20. Probably fine for now. And that was it for those inputs. Then this one too. And then an add. Right. Okay. I really should indent that, shouldn't I? Because it's an add button inside of a table data or cell. Yeah, Euro, capital E, and lowercase e look pretty different, but the font I'm using makes it look more like a Euro because it's curved. Yeah. Is that how your bot integrates? Develop it? It responds to people getting points? And they're not useless, develop it bot. You can use them for bragging rights. You can look at this and say, like Nui could say, I have the most points. And Clayman can say, see, bug found, I have 4 more points than you do. All right, let's keep working on this. New zone name, set new zone name. I need some state for that, don't I? So kind of like one of these. So let's put that up here. Actually, I like to put the state stuff at the top if I can. And that is using the state hook. So this is new zone name, set new zone name. And then submit sets the new zone name back to an empty string, and we're doing on add zone, new zone name. And that's about it for now. So on add zone needs to be a prop. And I'll probably want an on update zone, right? As well as an on stage zone. And then an on remove zone, right? Knew you almost got me there. I don't know if Romania has a linked account in the game. I don't see Romania in this list. At least not under the name Romania. Hey, there's some guy on the web. How are you doing? Question for anyone looking for a good way to host assets for a website via content delivery network, not wanting to spend a lot of money. You might look into how much it costs to do a CloudFront and Amazon. It's super easy. You just put your files into an S3 bucket, and you only have to set up the CloudFront thing once. And also, if you haven't used Amazon Web Services yet, you get a whole year for free, up to like 20,000 gets on your assets per month, I think. And after that, it's some like fraction of a cent per 1,000 accesses or something. It didn't seem that bad, but I don't know. I'm not the person to ask about if it's cheap or expensive, but it's something to look into. There are probably other CDNs out there that are free, but I don't know. You'd have to compare it to what are your requirements, right? Do you just care about cost, or do you also care about performance, uptime, ease of administration, all those things? I use for this game, I'm using CloudFront just for the HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and yeah, it's costing me nothing so far because I have the free year. But it has warned me that I've exceeded the 20,000 gets in a month, but it still didn't charge me. So I'm wondering if like maybe the next month I'll have to pay like more than 0. Cloudflare is another thing you could try. Yeah, I've looked into that too. That's independent of Amazon. It's a separate thing. DigitalOcean costs $5 a month, right? Yeah. Okay, so Cloudflare has a free tier also. Cool. Yeah, I mean, anything you pick probably is going to be really cheap, if not free for like a year, unless there's a lot of traffic, right? Unless there's a lot of fetches. Then I'd expect that anything would probably charge you, or throttle you in some way. Stage zone. How did this work? It was that this changes some aspect of the zone you're changing. So it would be actually, I don't think I wanted stage zone. I wanted it to be more like what the Golem panel does. I wanted it to be like on change zone name. That's a good one. And that should do what the Golem panel does. It should have a zone, and then a name, and dispatch actions, and then here's where the stage comes in. So zone stage change, zone, and then name, something like that. All right, and then those are used in the on changes, right? Yeah, so we have here. Oh, no, it's in the construction of these rows. I haven't done that yet. Should we sort them by name? Or just not bother with, let's just not bother with sorting them yet. So here we're going to construct the zone list rows. Zone list rows. So we need some kind of zones. Map zone. The zone will be, I suppose it makes sense to make that the entity number, right? And then, yeah, it would be name and new name. Key. And then this is the name, right? So name input size. Was it zone name? I forget what I named it. Zone name input size. There we go. And this would be, the value would be new name. And then change zone name to zone and then event target value. And that's it, right? Down to the buttons. Buttons update, so it would be update Let's update all these at the same time. Zone. Zone. So update zone, reset zone, remove zone. I don't have the reset. Update zone, reset zone, add, what was the other one? Remove. Yeah, I had remove. Okay. And then we reset it if the name is not equal to the new name. I mean, we enable the reset button. And that's good. Is this change field actually used? It is. It's done down here. Set new zone name. I don't... Okay, that's in React state. There's no stage zone. Okay, so I need a bunch of these added. And I need the zones too. So a bunch of these need to be added to my Redux map. Let's see, which ones? I need to add zone. So modeling after what I did in the Golem. It's all the things to dispatch a command with them all. So it's name is the only thing. Zone, or add zone? Add zone. Name. Definitive. So that's done. Shift delete deletes a line. I haven't memorized that one yet. Change zone name I've done. Shift delete. Logout start. Stage camera. Start move. Stop move. Move camera. So these are the new ones. Remove is the same as add, right? It's just zone. Oh, it's different. It's not name, it's zone. Remove zone. But reset is the same as remove, right? And so is update. This is reset, and this is update. And then zones needs to be mapped up here. So we'll have to have some... reduce that somewhere. Zones. Okay, so there's a bunch of actions, and there's a new list in the admin reducer. I guess I'll do the reducer first. So, zones. And then we're going to want to reset it when we hang up the server, right? Where was that? Session end. And then we'll need an action to reflect them, along with the add, change, and remove. So just copy from the Golem stuff. Reset channel, reset. Oh no, I don't need reset. I don't need both of them. Which one should I pick? So how about the command ones? Should I turn it around and be zone, remove, zone, reset, zone, update? It doesn't matter. Let's just do reset first. Okay, so this is zones. Zones map. Zone. Name. New name. If it's the one that's reset, then it'll be right. It's just new name is name, but the name is kept as is. Otherwise, we keep them both as is. All right, that's reset, and then what's next? Change. Sure, we'll do change. Alphabetical order. CH, where does CH go? Right here. Change zone. Zones. If the zone... what did I do wrong here? Oh, zone is a number in there. Right. Right, then... What's this? Oh, did I mess up the reset one? Did I take out zone? Probably did. Yep. Yeah. Keep it like that. Cool. Okay, see it develop it. Thanks for hanging out. Why did I do that in the other place? That's just doing that. Oh, the change is when you start typing. Yeah, so we keep the name. New name is, do I need a null check? I don't think I do. Actually, no, I do need a null check, because it might not change. New name, action name. Yeah, that's the format. Otherwise, everything stays the same. All right. Let's change. And I did reset. So let's do the reflect next. Reflect zones. That's zones. Right, so it's zone and name. Hey there, Bugfound. How are you doing? Name, new name, initialize from name, and then zone. And then I need reflect zone added and removed, right? Just copying from somewhere else. Here, added and removed. I guess I need it updated as well. All the reflection stuff. Reflect zone. Added. Zone removed. Zone updated. So this is all its zone here. So we just add a new one. So it's a name. new name, also from name, and then zone. Okay, zone removed is just go through the zones and filter out the one that doesn't have this, that has the same ID. Updated. Name, new name. If zone matches, then we update it. So name and new name come from the action, and then we keep the zone as is. Actually, we can just do that. That what it had before? It had like command. Yeah, all right. We didn't need to do that though. Okay. Otherwise, it's just a name, new name, zone. Cool. I need to define all of those symbols actually. Usually do that first, but I felt like doing it last this time. Reflect zone. What was did I have a reflect zone? What was that for? Oh, it's reset zone. Okay, why is that there? That shouldn't be there. S is after F. And Q. There we go. Whoops. Oh, yeah, there it is. Reset zone. Reflect zones. Reflect zone added, updated, and removed. Removed. Update. Had to do 3 hours of printf debugging today to find a nasty race condition bug in your thread pool. Only shows up in the release build. Feel like we need some tools to catch stuff like that, or does that exist? That happens to me too. And not that I know of. You just have to do what you did. And not, sometimes, what makes it even worse is sometimes adding the printfs causes the race to, the conditions of the race to change, and so you can't reproduce the bug anymore. It gets kind of frustrating. Hey there, Meridian. So yeah, there really isn't a tried and true single method or tools that exist there to find and fix race conditions. It really is very context specific. Thread sanitizer. Hey, I don't know about thread sanitizer. That's been on my list though to look at. But I'm kind of skeptical of any kind of tool, silver bullet tool for fixing race conditions, because there are lots of ways you can make race conditions, and some of them aren't even thread related. They could be just that you have some kind of sequence of events in your app, and if you do them out of order, then things break. Yeah, that's one kind of race, data race. But it can only detect them when it happens, right? It's hard to detect them if they don't happen. And then the nature of a race condition could be that it doesn't happen most of the time. It just happens some of the time. I'm just naturally skeptical. I should look into it though. I shouldn't judge the thread sanitizer until I've taken a look at it. Zone. Change zone. Change zone. Where would you rather do the validation of user data at an API? At database level or API level or both? Not sure how to handle constraint errors coming from the database. I think it's always a good idea to validate it as close to the user as possible to some extent, because it saves you a lot of unnecessary processing, like to send it through a system only to find out at the very end that it's not valid, would be sort of a waste. But I don't think you can do everything all the time at the user API level, the UI level. Sort of like testing. I think you try to put it as close as you can to the source, but be prepared to have to do it in multiple layers at some point. You could also make it do the kinds of validation that make sense for the area of responsibility. So like the UI should check that the input is within the limits of what the user should input, but the database should check to make sure that making the change wouldn't violate some database constraint, right? So the UI shouldn't care about what the database constraints are. The database shouldn't really care about how it's formatted in the UI, if that makes sense. So each has their own different concern, right? Or concerns. Change zone. Reflect zone added. Did I do that one? Yes. And removed and updated and zones plural. I chose to put that after. I guess that makes sense. I mean, because it's not really... What does underscore come before or after the letters of the alphabet? I don't know. Does it matter? Reset zone. Got that one. Okay. I think we're good on actions. So... And the reducer is done. And we're dispatching things. So we just need a couple things. We need the translation to messages to the server. So that's the admin middleware. Let's do add zone first. Add zone, remove zone. I don't need reset. But that's a reducer thing. But I need remove. And I need update. Oh, I didn't do zone stage change, did I? I forgot that one. Or did I name it something else? Stage. Nope, I didn't do it. Yep. Oops. Did I call it by a different name? Oh, I did change. I called it change zone. Let's call it stage zone change. Like this called it, and then I put it in the right place. With the S's there. And then update the actions. So instead of change zone, stage zone change. Zones, okay. Stage zone change. There we go. And then put it in the right place. Okay. So that is already handled, so I just need to add, remove, and update, which I have. Thanks for the follow. White Rabbit? Hey! White Rabbit! That's my avatar right now, is a white rabbit. Which is just a randomly made avatar because I just wanted something years ago just as an avatar because it was sort of popular among my friends not to use our real faces, so we would just pick random images, and I have this picture of the Easter Bunny sitting around somewhere, I'll just use that. Okay, dispatch. It's actually kind of like this one, isn't it? Add zone, and it has a name in it. Name. And then I need update and remove. Remove zone could be just like a remove tile set. Actually, it could actually be exactly the same thing, can't it? Do I already have an action to destroy an entity? Entity. I do. Why am I not using that one? Yeah, why do I have two different things that call destroy entity? Remove tile set. And then this, yeah, we don't need all of these. Yeah, we don't need all of these, any of these actually. Let me remove the remove tile set while I'm at it. We could just do destroy entity. Remove tile set, let's get rid of that. Look in JavaScript files, please. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And this. And this. This is when it comes back to us. So we keep that. This goes to here. This is within, this is the tile set within phaser. So we keep that around. It's here that I want to change. So we'll keep the name of the prop. We'll just change this to dispatch destroy entity. Entity is the ID. There we go. All right. So the same thing with remove zone. I don't need remove zone. It's just an entity. So, or is it? No, it potentially removes more than just the zone entity. Although maybe I should just let the server deal with that. Yeah, let's let the server deal with that. So that means I don't need to remove zone. It's just destroy entity, and let the server figure out if it needs to do more than just destroy that one entity. So yeah, this is just destroy entity. The entity is the zone. Cool. So that means I'm down to just update zone and add zone. Done add zone, so I just need to do update zone. Update tile set. Yeah, ends up being just a modify component. So update zone as a zone and a name. We're not doing this. Yeah, we're just dispatching an ECS action to modify the zone component. Entity is the zone component has in it the name. Right? I think so. Okay, and then the other direction. We have to handle server messages coming in. So there will be zones. On zones. There'll be update zone. Update zone. And on remove zone. And then add zone. On add zone. So yeah, these are pretty much just interpreting the messages. So on add zone, we'll do reflect zone added, which already is in my commands, right? Yes. Hey there, Shake Soda. How are you doing? I need to interpret this message though, right? It is whatever the admin reducer expects. It expects zone action. Actually, we can just keep it as is. Just leave it like that. So on add zone, and then zones and remove zone. Yeah, okay. So it's the same thing. It's just pass through. On zone removed. And then up. Yeah, same thing. Update zone is just like update tile set. Reflect zone updated. That goes back to this reducer, zone updated. It has to be given a name and a zone. Hey Cthulhu. The game is up and running again, and you just need a few more sync packets between players to make sure world state remains consistent. Yes, consistency is important in a multiplayer game. All right. Oh, there to get the zones message at all. Did I handle that? I think I forgot that one. On zones. Yep, forgot that one. It's kind of like on tile sets. It's just going to be the same thing. On zones. Okay, so in order to get that message and anything else, I need to have a subscriber system. So, where did I do that? Admin middleware? Did a bunch of subscribing to things. Here we go. Subscribe to everything. So we're going to have subscribe to zones. And let's see if I missed anything here. Failed to compile something. Duplicate declaration of on-change field in character panel. Okay. Line 73. Indeed, I do have that duplicated, don't I? Right. Very close to the goal of every item in the world being usable. Oh, cool. Nice. I guess I can remove the red border now, right? So, and then put a label above it, like zones or something. I can remove the red border. And add above it some kind of like H2 zones. Cool. I think I want some space here too, don't I? Yeah, there's like no space between these two. So character panel body. Let's do the nth child. Oh, I had margin top. That should be margin left, shouldn't it? Oh, wait. Did I get this wrong? Character panel body itself should have a margin top of 10 pixels. Or should I just do character panel all children? Probably should just do character panel all children. Except the first. Yeah, this thingy. Top. It does double the margin on this guy, though. He has a margin bottom. Okay. How picky am I that there's two margins there? I don't know. I could do not nth child second. Also, I'm not gonna don't sweat the small stuff. Okay, so none of this will work because it. Okay, it's not even a function. Okay, I screwed that up. I was gonna say it should have just sent a message to the backend that isn't understood, and it didn't do that because this is not a function. Oh, I forgot it. I guess I forgot to add zone. I knew I forgot something. Or did I do zone add? No, I just forgot it. And I forgot update zone. How many things did I forget with zone? There's the reflect ones. There's reset. Stage change. Okay, I just forgot those two. Okay, so these it should send a message to the server and the server will be like, I don't know what you meant. Yeah. Unrecognized add zone message. So I need to add that to the backend now. And then we should be good for creating zones. So backend work. Realm server. Test-driven development. So tests. Let's do the subscription stuff first. That's coordinator subs. Yeah, so the same thing like I did for the golem. Remove, update, alias, removed, add, subscribes, and that's it, right? Yeah, so all of this, let me duplicate it. All right, and then within this new set, it is subscribes to zones. And I need to have a zone, so zone. Zone name will be, what's a good name for a zone? Overworld. Let's define a key. In my header file called key names, I think I called it. Key names. In. This is temporary because, like I talked about earlier today, the using JSON to encode all the entities in the entity component system, that's going to go away and become binary. So probably keep the keys, but they'll become enumerated type values. We'll just use integers for keys. Or they will be implied by their position in the structure. That's probably what I'll do, yeah. But for now we have JSON objects, and that's what it's going to be. Subscribe to zones. We want that to generate a zones response with a zones array containing zone, which will be the entity, and then the key, actually this entire thing here. That's what I wanted to receive. Okay, now add zone announced will be subscribed to zones again. And then we'll create an entity of type zone where the name is overworld. Zoding! Being raided by Zoding! Ah! Alert! Zoding, how was your stream? How have you been doing, my man? Hello, people from Zoding stream. Was that a good what face? PHP? Oh no, we're being bombarded by PHPs. Well, thank you, Nui. Those links explain a little bit about what I'm working on. In general, I'm trying to build this game, which is multiplayer RPG, and there's not much in the game yet. There's a test world you can walk around in. There are player characters that have labels, so Nui appears a player character, and there are NPCs which I added last week that they wander around randomly. They're for testing only. And I just recently added yesterday this concept of having multiple maps, so I can transition to one map from one map to another. And I haven't yet pushed that into production, but what I'm doing today is formally having a formal list of zones in the game and allow adding and removing and updating them, and then trying to get to where if you either step or use an object in the game, you would transition from one zone to another. Like if there's a staircase or a teleporter or an icon representing a town and you hit enter the town, it would do this zone transition for you rather than me having to do it, update it manually. So all of the things you see in this window here are painted by Phaser.js library that I'm using, and all the Chrome around this is in React, and I'm using Redux for the state management. That's the front-end client that you play in your browser, which you can play now if you follow the link that Nui gave. And the back end of it is all in C++. So this is 3 servers running in Amazon Web Services. They are coordinating the state so that if any one server goes down, the game still runs. It's fault tolerant. Uses a Raft consensus algorithm for that. And the communication between the client and the server is over WebSockets and looks kind of like this. Right now I'm using JSON format for easy debugging. And okay, my chat is a little cutting it off a little bit. But yeah, if every time in the front end client I have it do something to the game, it's actually sending a message to the back end servers. In this case, I'm the admin, so I'm basically commanding the game to modify the position and tile that it's representing me in the game. For a real player, it would be, instead of commanding it to move me to a certain position in the game, it would just be saying, I would like to move left or down, and the server would respond back saying, okay, you've moved down. The way it tells the front-end client what to do, what to show, is through these various commands like moving individual sprites or shifting all the sprites on screen in one direction or another, or adding sprites or changing what they look like. All of these are JSON messages from the server. So if you guys have any specific questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue working today on adding this formal zone list so that I can give these different zones names, and then I'm going to add another panel for manual editing of entities in the game, and I'm going to create a new kind of entity called a trigger, where if you step on it, it will do something. The first thing I want a trigger to do is teleport me to another zone, so that'll implement zone transitions in the game. I got 2 notifications, one that it was a raid and the other one was that a host. I turned off the host notification in Stream Elements because it would do 2 notifications, and I thought that was silly. So just get the raid one, and then the host it should have just been a Stream Elements chat message about it. I wish that Twitch would fold the 2 together, because a raid is, I don't know, can you have a raid without hosting? That doesn't even make sense to me. Yeah, I wish they would just have one notification, and then I wouldn't have to see it doubled like that. Anyway, yeah, I don't see any questions, but how long have I been programming for? In general, about, like that command says, about 24 years. It's been a long time. Most of the time I was at multimedia R&D group, and so I was kind of doing the same thing for years and years, and didn't really grow in knowledge of programming so much. But now that I'm on my own trying to make a game, I'm learning a ton, especially with help from you guys. So it's been very educational for me. Isn't a Stream Elements problem? It could be, but I think you do get 2 notifications from the Twitch messaging API, if I'm not mistaken. Will I be the one that creates the world? Right now, I am the one who can do it. In fact, if you're in the game now, okay, who's player 203? Is that someone who's new? We have a new player in the game? We do, it's Sta. So Sta, if I step over to you here, and I go to my tile sets, I can change the world around you to lock you away in mountains. Ha, you're trapped, along with that NPC. So yeah, I'm able to directly paint the world. Right now, I'm the only one, but in the future, I was hoping to grant the capability for other players in the game to be able to do what I'm doing there, either in their own zones, or if they're like a super user in the game, I could give them more freedom to be creative. And I also might have a medium ground where you can't just paint from a template like this. It would be actually building, and each of these things would cost some kind of in-game resource, kind of like a crafting system. But we're quite a ways away from that. Right now, I make maybe 1 or 2 feature adds a day, and there's probably several hundred features I need to add to get to that point. So I'd say if you came back in like 2 or 3 months, there'd be enough content in the game where, yeah, we probably have to have people who have been designated that they can create parts of the world. But that's one of the things that I want to have for this game, to have it be integrated with Twitch in a way that viewers can interact in the game as normal players, like Sta is doing, and also that they can have some creative influence over parts of the game, so they could be telling their own story, or they could be just helping out, being moderators in the game, being adding NPCs, adding quests, that kind of thing. I want it to be not just me, but kind of, I don't know, what do you call that? Crowdsourced creativity. I already get lots and lots of tips, advice, ideas, etc. from viewers, and I think it would be cool to give you guys more tools to directly influence the game's evolution, and that includes in-game tools to modify the game as we're going. Tips on where to start developing a game. I'm really new at game dev itself. I've been programming a long time. Game dev, I would suggest that you go to the there's a couple forums out there for learning different aspects of game dev. And actually, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but they're out there. Maybe someone in chat knows a couple. Yeah, so as far as like your very first game, if I were you, I would pick a popular engine. So the ones that come to my mind are Unity, Unreal, Love 2D, Game Maker. Is it Game Maker Studio? And Godot. Pick one of those engines, and you'll be if you just follow some of their tutorials or examples, you'll be well on your way to getting into that. If you already have a programming background, it's a lot easier. If you don't have a programming background, then you're going to be learning 2 things at once: game dev and being a developer in general. So that's kind of hard to do. I would suggest learning programming first, then get into game dev if you don't already know programming. But yeah, literally I did not know how to do game dev until like February. And what I did is I did a ton of research on how to do an entity component system, and that helped me out a lot. So I have these notes in here. Do I have a formal page for entity component system or not? I don't remember. I don't know if I actually did. I should have made a research page for it. Entity component system. Okay, this is what I came up with from my research. Maybe I didn't have it in my notebook. Okay, yeah, at some point I did a ton of research. Like I spent like 3 or 4 days just Google searching, like, what is an entity component system? How are the different ways it's done? That helped me a lot in getting oriented on how to think about writing a game, because it allows you to separate the concepts of game logic. Oops, I didn't mean for that to scroll. Game logic from game data, and it gets your mind set on like how you organize the data in your game, how you split up the logic in your game, and like the concept of an entity being something that ties everything together. So very useful to get familiar with that. And while you're researching entity component systems, you'll undoubtedly run into a lot of example games, and you can kind of pull ideas from those. And I think the popular game engines like Unity and GameMaker Studio and all that probably already have that stuff built in. So you just need to learn, like, what does it mean to make components and entities in Unity, right? You'll probably find lots of tutorials on that, for example. All right. I'm going to keep this up in case someone creates a new game account. I can moderate the name and clear it. So right now I am doing test-driven development. I am writing a test case in the back-end code for the server to say what I want to happen when a zone gets created and we have an administrator of the game who is subscribing to the zone information. So what it should expect is when we create an overworld zone, it should tell the admin that we created a zone. So this is going to be zone added. I need to make sure the names match though. Oh, didn't I called it add zone, didn't I? Add zone. So this should be add zone. Zone should be the entity, and the name should match the name I put here, overworld. I copy pasted from another test. That's why you see stuff about Golem, because the zone subscription model is kind of like the chatbot subscription model. I called it chatbot Golem, so that's why it says that. It's very similar, so I took some existing use cases, just copied, pasted them, and now I'm changing them. Thanks for the follow, Infinite Gotchi. Why not make an enum for things like add zone? I will eventually. Right now, it is string constants because I want to be able to see them in the admin tools here. I mean, not the admin tools, the debugging tools. So like when messages go between the server and the client, I want to see them actually with string names right there. When I move to a binary format for optimization and, you know, better performance, all of these strings, all of these strings will be reduced probably to just integers or enumerated type to give them a name in the source code. At the compiled level, it'll just be numbers. So every command will have a different number. So yeah, it will be an enum essentially, but not yet. I like to avoid premature optimization. I like the debugging tools to give me a lot of visibility. So all these message exchanges, I want to have names that I can directly with my eyes tell what's going on and not have to say, well, this is message 37. Let me look up and see what does 37 mean, you know? So that's why. Add zone. Also, it makes the test easier to read. If I had type 34, I'd have to have some way of saying what that is. And yeah, I could use an enum for that, but then when I'm seeing it on the wire, I would still see 34, even if it was a name in the source code. No chance of typos? Yeah, I actually haven't had very many typo errors. So if I had a lot of typo errors, yeah, then the benefit would be great. Right now, the benefit would be negligible. It's one of those things where, like, if you think it would be, if you think of something, just in a general sense, like, if there's a problem that you want to avoid, ask yourself, how often are you going to run into that problem? What's the impact if that problem gets run into? If the answers to those questions are you'll hardly ever run into the problem, and if you do, it'll be easy to fix it, then it might not be worth it even putting effort into trying to avoid the problem, right? You're hardly ever running into it, and it's easy to work around it when you do. What extensions do I use? Great question. I have a command for that. Main ones I like to use are the C++ extension and the CMake tools, because I like CMake for making the build system. It lets me integrate into the tool chain pretty much automatically, so I can pick Clang or I can pick Visual Studio Community. If I was on my Mac, it would pick the clang that comes with Xcode. If I'm on Linux, it picks GCC. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. A couple of the other ones I really like when I'm doing the test-driven development these days to use this test explorer, because for every unit test, once this loads, every unit test will end up getting a little bar at the top where I can run and see the individual tests. Actually, these are new ones. So an existing one like this, I can run or debug or show in this test explorer where that test is, and then I could run it. I can show the log for that test run. If the test failed, it would tell me information about why it failed. So that is in 2 extensions. That's the overall one is called Test Explorer UI, and the one you have to have a second one that hooks into the test framework you use. I use Google Test, so I use the Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer. Hooks into Test Explorer UI, and it kind of shows you what it does right here, right? It's really cool stuff. Those are the main extensions I like to use. You don't have any. That's an emote explosion, Kobayashi Maru. I think you have plenty of emotes. If you're suddenly rated by 1,000 viewers, would you get nervous? Maybe a little bit, but I've kind of gotten used to being rated now. Does the number of concurrent live viewers get you anxious? Maybe, but I stopped looking at the numbers because all it would do would be to make me nervous, and you guys don't want me to be nervous, so I don't want to be nervous, so I don't look at the number anymore. It takes a while after you start streaming to get rid of that nervousness. It would be very difficult to get 1,000 viewers for programming, but I've seen it happen. I've seen it with Kitboga. He will either raid a dev streamer, or he will actually start doing a bit of programming himself, and he has well over 1,000 viewers, and they actually stick around even when he's doing coding because he's just a cool, fun guy. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Fiziko Kuimika, I hope I'm saying your name right. One day, yeah, dev streamers aren't that popular on Twitch because it's really hard to make it entertaining. I try to do it by having integration between the game I'm building and the Twitch channel. So if you're in the game and you're a VIP, what you chat in Twitch shows up in the game. And some people have been telling me that's a little bit annoying. I'm going to probably make different tabs like you have in World of Warcraft. So there would be a special tab for Twitch chat and another tab for just in-game only chat, so you wouldn't have see all this spam. But you know, other things like if I want to eventually have, if someone does something cool in the game, I want it to go back to the Twitch channel and announce it, just like it happens when you get, you know, some special event in the channel. Did I steal your idea? What was your idea? I think maybe you and I came up with the idea independently, and we're just both smart guys, right? Checkbox for Golem chat would do it for a quick win. Oh yeah, you mean like in here I could have a checkbox for enable chat replication? Yeah, I should just go ahead and do that. Your game would draw people to the stream? Yeah, so that's another thing. Like, people might learn about the game and then find out, oh, the dev for the game also streams, and while he's streaming, there's special events in game. You know, if you've heard of stuff like what happened with Ultima Online when Richard Garriott was doing live events in game, and someone managed to find a way to kill his character in game while he was doing that. I mean, why we could have the same kind of thing. What kind of game is that? So this is inspired by an old game series called Ultima. And I enjoyed playing that so much when I was a kid. I just kind of wanted to recreate that experience. Also, that game series is so old that the art style and the game mechanics are pretty simple and doable from a one-man dev studio like me. Kill a god. That's on your bucket list. Yeah, I got it. I'll have to build something in-game, some tricky way that'll be hard to find out, where you can actually kill my character, like some special item that's hidden that you'd have to just discover someday. And then when it happens on stream, well, it'll be a big deal. You came up with all those ideas already, forgot to tell me about them? Of course! I should only show who's online. The unknown and Nui are online. Okay. All right, anyway. I wanted this to be where when we add a zone and we're subscribed to retrieve zone information, that, okay, and this I need to replicate what it does. So that is create an entity of type zone with this information in it. Like that. And we get back the entity number, and that goes here. Okay, so that means I don't need this one. Let's remove this test. Actually, I don't need the one after it either. I just need add, update, and remove. Update is if the name changes. So we're going to create a zone with the name overworld. And then subscribe to zones. And what we'll do is we'll modify that zone component to have a new name. Name of underworld. And then again, this needs to be zone. Modify the name. And it should be, I think I called it update zone. But I need to make sure it matches what the backend has. Update zone. Okay, update zone. Zone is the entity number. And then name is the new name. Underworld. You're currently stealing ideas from other programming languages for yours? It's not called stealing. It's called receiving inspiration or being motivated, or and you're flattering these other languages, right? You're not stealing from them. Okay, so this is remove zone announced. Did I change the name up here? No, I didn't. So what I'm doing, developing the code and talking at the same time, is what people have told me is called ducking. Duck? Rubber ducking. Where you describe what's going on in your mind, your work process, so that you have an idea of what I'm trying to do and what I'm thinking about when I'm trying to do it. And it's a little weird. It took me a lot of time to get used to, and it taxes my brain because I have to go between actually working and talking about it at the same time. But it's like I had all of you behind my shoulders, and I'm showing you what I'm doing, and I'm describing what I'm doing. Good artists copy, great artists steal. I've never heard that saying before. Remove zone announced. So we have to make a zone just like this one did, actually. Create an entity, create a zone for that entity, call it overworld, subscribe to zones. Yes. And then destroy the entity. And that should yeah, so we'll call it zones removed. And that will be an array of entity numbers. Actually, did I already have this? I might already have this in the executor. Wait, look, let me have lined it. Where are you, executor? Source. Executor. What happens on destroy entity? ECS destroy entity. Okay, I don't really have anything. So let's define it. Zones removed, and we'll just put the entity number. Can I just make it generic? No, because we have to know it was a zone. Okay, so yeah, we're going to keep it as the entity number here. Apple stole the idea of a while loop and patented it. Automatic retrying when facial recognition. Really, they patented the idea of a while loop? That stuff is sort of scary to me. That a big company can come in there and just squat on some generic idea that really they didn't have any kind of novelty in it. They're just milking it. This should be zone, remove zone, right? Has to match this. Remove zone. Okay. And then the zone is the entity number. Okay, cool. So I think all of the tests are in place, and I run the test, verify that they fail the expected way, and then I change the code to make the test pass. That's called test-driven development. Apple also has a $1,000 monitor stand now. Yeah, I think you mentioned that yesterday. Sounds kind of disgusting to me. Is it made of solid gold? Lawyers and money, a powerful combination. You know, I also have come to understand lawyers and money stifles innovation and leads to just huge, really roadblocks for technology. You know, they start out as innovators and then they get big and rich and then they stop and they're like, oh, well, we don't care about making new stuff now. We just want to make money and protect what we have, right? Cheap plastic with an Apple, so it's the Apple logo. I hope that's made out of diamonds. $1,000 monitor stand. Yes, I've come to understand that large companies, they only really care about enriching their shareholders and becoming monopolies. That's what they dream. That's what they dream to be. They dream to be a monopoly that stuffs their shareholders' pockets with money. That's all that they really care about. If you want them to care about the environment or human lives, then those are not intrinsic properties of a large corporation. You need, as a human society, we have to constantly put pressure on corporations to actually care about those things. If we don't, they'll revert to their natural tendencies of just wanting money and lack of competition. Because then they don't have to do anything to get money. All right, so I'm going to run these tests. Show and Test Explorer. Let's just run all of the subscription tests. So I expect some of them, all the new ones to fail, actually. Add zone fails, subscribe to zones fail, remove and update. They should fail in the correct way, which is no message sent there. No messages sent. No messages and no messages. Good. Thanks for the follow, Grumble. The cheese grater coming back is a welcome change. Oh, is this for your game, Shake Soda? Cheese grater? I just have a hard time thinking that any kind of piece of plastic that all it does is hold something up would cost that much. Yeah, people with a lot of money, they don't know how to spend it. It's kind of, I don't know, kind of gets me down sometimes. Lots of things that they could do with their money that would help humanity, but instead they're buying $1,000 Apple stands. Okay. You'd be willing to help those people out? Oh, so give you the money? I see how that goes. I don't mind about soldered on memory, but SSDs, you don't want to solder those on. Those things fail. 25,000? What? I'm missing something. The new screen are super expensive. Wouldn't pay $6,000, but all the other reference models cost like 35K. Well, is this like a huge, like, theater monitor? Is that what we're talking about? Not like a desktop monitor. Hey there, Rhyolite. How are you doing? Guys, you should check out Rhyolite's channel sometime. Rhyolite works on... I'm trying to get the initialism down. What is it? Okay, I fail. It's about the modeling the human brain and how the brain works, but understanding that and using computers to figure that out. You should check out his stream where he talks about that, works on that stuff. I've been seeing a lot of Teslas on the road lately. I suppose so. There were a lot at the last company I worked at. It was just a status symbol to get one of those. The common cortical loop in the neocortex, the thalamus. I thought there was an H. It was H something, like, yeah, I forget. My brain isn't the way it used to be. Yes, exactly. But what was the Rhyolite? What's the term? There it is. HTM, hierarchical temporal memory. Right, because it was like HTML but without the L. I knew there was an H in there. Understanding how the brain works is very important, actually. It helps the fields of medicine and psychology. A lot of people have mental health issues, and mapping out the brain and figuring out how it works is probably one of the most important things we can do to help combat that kind of problem. All right. I'm getting really distracted. Let me get refocused here. I need to handle these messages. Subscribe to zones. So let me do that first. Subscribe to zones. We're putting that in the subscription system. Yeah, remove that include. And here we go. Oh, Tim's here. You guys should check out Tim's channel too. And how are you doing, Tim? Have you been here a while and I just haven't noticed? Oh, you said hi about 2 minutes ago. Well, 4 minutes ago, roughly. Tim is working on his own game engine in C++ and a game called Trailing Breaks. You should check it out. Subscribe to zones. All right, subscribe to zones. I just need to have that turn on a flag, just like all the other subscription things do. Turn on a flag and then send the current zones. So we need to have a function called send zones, subscribe to zones, and that's about it. So add a new flag, subscribe to zones, receive messages when game zones are added, removed, or changed. And then send zones, model it after send versions. Wait a minute. Oh, I want the version that takes a WebSocket. Yeah. So let's put that. I'll put that down here. Where was subscribe to Golem? Oh, this did it manually. Why did I do it that way there? Maybe I just got lazy. Oh, I probably modeled it after that. Oh, let's just do the same thing. Yeah, let's just do the same thing. It's not lazy. Zones. So this will be zones, and then I need to turn this one on. There we go. Golem, yes, that's how the admin tool right here keeps this up to date. So like if I type something like this, alias com 8354835, see how it just popped up in game? That's because this front-end client is subscribed to the Golem, so the Golem says, oh, there's a new command added. So the same thing, but for zone information, which is what I'm working on today, that I should be able to change the name of, and remove zones of the game. So when we subscribe to the zone information, it's going to send us information about the zone. So that's zones, and then we're going to look through all game components of type zone, and then form the zone information. Right now it's just going to be a name. Thanks for the follow, Venka. Key. Oops. Misclicked there. Zone name. And then that's it. I don't need this part. Zone info is added to zones. And we're done. So that should be it for this first test. I got it right. Let's see if I got it right. You have a graphics card that's hot enough to heat your house? Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot the entity number, and the key shouldn't be in there. It should just be name. Okay, I screwed a few things up. Is it the expectation is wrong? Yeah, this is wrong. I don't want to use this key. It should actually just be literally name. And then, yeah, and the other thing is I need to include the entity. So this is command. This shouldn't be command. It should be zone. It should be zone first. There we go. I don't know anything about graphics cards. Other than that, years ago, NVIDIA was better, so I just go with NVIDIA. Alright, so admin subscribing to zones works. Zone added doesn't work yet, so let's make that a reality. So that is a reaction to a entity being created, right? If I got this right, that would be oh, in the ECS.cpp here? On ECS executed? Yeah. So right now, if the component is a golem command, announce that it's added. So we're just going to add another alternative. If component type equals zone, then we get some details. Actually, I want to add something, don't I? What does this do? Oh. Yes. So we'll just make it announce zone added. Okay, so wherever this is declared. Actually, the remove is an update, so let's copy and paste all three, actually. And we'll just change golem to zone. Golem command to zone. That the given zone has been added to the game. And this actually needs to have an entity number in it, doesn't it? So let's call that zone info, and we'll have a zone. This is the zone entity. And we'll have zone info. This holds the zone component information. This is the zone component holding more information about the zone. There we go. Removed just needs the entity number. The given zone has been removed from the game. So just fixing this up here. This is the zone entity that was removed from the game. The given zone has been updated in the game. And then this needs both of these two. Added and updated are very similar. Updated in the game. That said golem, didn't it, up here? Game. Game. Alright, so I'm gonna copy these three go to where the golem stuff was and paste these there. Drop all the comments. Unindent. Outdent those. And then right now I only need to support the added one because that's the only thing, the test case I'm concerned with. Let me just steal from the golem command added. Because it's pretty similar, right? Instead of golem command added, it's add zone. And then zone has the, oh, I'm doing the remove, oops. Zone is the zone. And right now I only care about this, the name. So that's zone info, and then here I'm going to pull out key zone name. And then this is not needed. Get the encoding. If you're subscribed to zones, you get the message. Done and done. Sorry I can't really participate in the graphics card discussion. I'm like a noob. I feel like I don't know enough to contribute. Does not take one argument. That's correct, it doesn't. It needs both of them, so it needs the component details and it also needs to know the component. Where do I get that? Oh, wait. That should be in the results, right? The results have to include the entity ID. So let me find that. The executor gives us that. On ECS create entity. Oh, it's not yet returning it. Interesting. Well, that's a problem. Not doing anything with that entity number. Well, this is the first time I needed it. Okay, well, we'll add it then. And what? Okay, yeah, it's when we return an object. We can return... Wait a minute. Oh no, this had a results we can fill in. Where do I do that? And destroy? Yes. Something like that. Yeah, so we just do it here. Return, results, entity created equals, actually, can't I just do results equals entity? I think I can just do that. So then, let me make a corresponding unit test before I forget. Or update an existing one would be better. One in the executor that handles, create entity. ECS create entity, here we go. So, expand all of that. Yes, so we should get entity 1, right? So I can just say expect equal 1 for interpret as an int the executor results, execution results. I think I actually needed it to be in a, need that to be an object, so I need to have some key here. Well, we'll just call it entity. And then that would mean that this has to say JSON object. Entity is entity. What's wrong here? That just IntelliSense giving me a hard time? No. Yes. Hold on. What's the error on? ECS 223? Oh, because I didn't finish this. Right, because it needs to get it from the results. So let's int results entity. And the unit test has to match that. So when we publish it, it has to be JSON object entity and entity. There we go. Okay. Publish doesn't take 2 arguments. That's 3 arguments. What's the deal here? Oh, that has to be double bracketed. Because it's a map containing pairs. Okay, we're back in executor. I probably had the same mistake. Yeah, same mistake. Double bracketed. Thanks for the follow. Mistrongo? Sorry if I butchered the name. Didn't mean to. Alright, let's go run the test again. This should pass now. Yay. And this should still pass. Yay. And the new executor test, or not the new one, but the old one I modified. Still passing. Just to double check, let me run all the executor tests to make sure I didn't break anything, because I changed the executor's behavior there. No. So we're good. And then subs. We're on to the next test, which was update, which will not work until I edit the subs again. This would be on on change? Oh, no, it's not subs, it's ECS. Yeah, here, on ECS executed, modify component. Right, so they need a new else if zone. Not Zybe, zone. So this is a zone component. Zone. Announce zone updated. And that one needed the entity. So that's actually it's there. So let's get it out. So const auto entity equals that. That's entity. Entity zone component. Didn't like that. Oh, we don't need the zone component. Oh, wait a minute, it should. Oh, I got that wrong. Oops. It needs both of these. There we go. Thanks for the follow, the Simeon. Alright, so back here. It's gonna call it, and so here, thanks for the follow. Marazek? I have a feeling I didn't say that really well. I'm sorry. Zone removed. So this is remove. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong one. Zone. This is update zone, right? And then zone is the zone. And then the name, I'm going to pull from the zone info key zone name. This is don't need it. It's if we're subscribed to zones, send that message. Oops, go back. Build. This should make the next test pass. And the last one will be remove. Run. Yay. Last one is remove. But I'm on a roll now. This will be quick. So first is destroy entity, right? If results has zone removed. Is that what I called it? Zones removed. It's going to be a similar kind of thing where there's an array of entity numbers, so it'll be zones removed. Capitalized here. Loop through them and announce zone removed, converting that into an integer. You can fold that to get back, unfold that. Okay, and then that's one piece of it. The other piece was here, the remove. Yeah, something like this. I like to copy paste too much, I think. I end up making stuff that I should need to refactor later. But enough of this should be different that it's doesn't need refactoring. Or it would be complicated. I guess I could put some of this into a template. This is different, this is different. Yeah. Functions are small enough that it doesn't matter. See a lot of repeated JSON and code. Could you put that method to handle the object and encoding? That's what I was just musing about. Make messaging class. Yeah. So Liquidor, I think you and I are on the same brain wavelength about that. I was looking at this thinking, you know, I'm copy pasting a lot of this stuff. Also, I'm going to be at some point. Well, actually, not the messages going to the client will probably always be JSON. But yeah, a lot of the commonality, like the fact that I'm looping through an array and getting something out. No, not getting something out. I'm looping through, and if some condition is true, I'm sending a message. And the announcements are all sort of formatted similarly. There's some differences. Yeah, that would be a refactoring step. It would be an improvement. I need to make a quick thing for this. There we go. Make a method for looping. Yeah, so this is common. You can see this is pretty much boilerplate. This line is repeated like a bunch of times. So yeah, I agree. Let me make a little I guess I could show this. I use the Yata Twitch chat client, and I want to make a quick, see if I remember how to do this. There is a way I could, is it settings? Settings, actions, yeah, here we go. I wanted to add one here. Point. Points, and then username 1. There we go. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's Hideo's. Here, I'll give you another point. Yay, it worked. There, you got a point just for being a test guinea pig there. That way I don't have to type that command all out. I can just write, click, click, and I'm done. And you get a point. All right. Yep, indeed, it's Hideo's. What a great PR. Let's see it. Update panic. Bruh moment. What? Okay. If you ever install VS 2019, you delete the folder CMake tools to have VS Code CMake tool update the list for kit selection. Really? Okay. That's useful to know. Probably shouldn't have the response say praise the heavens, should I? That was just mostly because I was like, I had to write something to test that, and then like, okay, I'll write that. Okay, let's test this one. Cool, so let me run all the subscription tests. It occurs to me it's 2 hours and I've only done what I thought would be a preliminary thing. This was going to be the main work today, and I haven't even started on it yet. Things always take longer than I think they will take. It's just funny to read. Okay. I am waiting for the timeout, the initial election timeout here. Once the election timeout happens, it opens up its ports, and then this should connect. There it goes. Connecting. And then let's create a zone. Let's call it overworld. Actually, the overworld is the default zone. We'll call it, I don't know, Bob. Okay, that went somewhere, and I don't know where it went. I don't even know if it actually created something. Let's look at the journal to see if it actually created something. What? It got zeroed out? What happened here? Oh! It's in this install snapshot loop that it sometimes gets into. Yeah. I don't know why this is happening. This is some kind of bug in the Raft stuff, I think. It keeps thinking it has to install a snapshot. It also could be that it before it can get the snapshot installed, it makes a new one. But my solution for now is to just restart everything. You haven't done anything? You've mostly helped other people in real life most of your day? Well, that's worthwhile. Let's close that. Installing snapshot on 10 and 11. Now it's caught up. Okay, cool. No, it's still doing installing snapshots. Why? Why does it get into this weird loop where it thinks it needs to install a snapshot on another server? I think it's because it's so slow in debug mode. It might be because it's thinks it needs to retransmit, and yeah, I think I might know what. I'll have to look into it later. I'm not interested in debugging it right now. I'll just take the shortcut approach here of deleting the game journals. The game journals are all the deltas from the last snapshot, so I can just delete them all and take the game snapshots and overwrite them on the other servers. Basically saying server 10 wins what it said is the truth, and then 10, 11, and 12 will start off in sync, and I won't have this problem. Although 11 took a while to boot up there. It shouldn't be a problem as long as it's running by the time the cluster election happens. Made these timeouts really long. Longer than they probably need to be. Okay, there we go. They're caught up. Caught up, now we can try again. Create zone, Bob. And it didn't go anywhere. Why not? Bob. Why did that not work? Create entity. Is it not received? Oh, received unrecognized message add zone. Oh, I forgot to do that. I forgot to do add, update, and remove. Shoot. Yeah, that would be important to do. Alright, I missed some stuff, that's why. Hey there, Cthulhu. You're fully awake. Yay! Right, I forgot to do all the whole add, update, remove stuff. So Would that be an ECS that I would do this? Yeah. Yep. All this stuff. From here down. Add zone. Name. Overworld. Should create one. Type zone with the zone's name set to overworld. Don't need add alias or remove alias. We just need update zone. So we create an initial zone whose name is set to overworld. Have an update zone, and then we have to say what zone it is. So that's entity, and then name underworld. Should create one, modify component. Zone should be the entity, and the delta should be the zone name is set to underworld. Update alias, don't need that. So it's just remove zone. Or no, I didn't need a special command for that. It was just destroy entity does it. So I just need add and update. There we go. Bad golem. Good. I don't know. I don't think we should be stroking the golem's ego like that though. Add zone. Let's implement it. This should be an admin only thing, right? So like an admin message kind like add command and remove. Add zone. Remove zone. Okay, so kind of like the add golem command. So golem add command entry. Aha, there we go. So it's using these evil macros. Add zone, update zone. Actually, you know, we don't really need an update. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I don't need add and update. I already have commands to do ECS actions. What am I doing? Yeah, I don't need this at all. I don't need add zone. I don't need update zone. I don't need this. Don't need remove zone. I don't need these tests at all either. I don't need any of this stuff. I don't need any. It's just the front end should just do this directly with the commands I already have. So that would be back in the front end. So we're done with the back end. I can boot that back up. Let that boot up and then let me fix the front end here. Technically it is not in the middleware, it's in that panel, right? So the character panel. Yeah, add zone doesn't need to dispatch that, does it? Oh, well. No, we can remove zone's already doing that. Yeah, I guess it is in the middleware. Update zone. Oh right, I already am doing that. So what's the problem then? Add zone. Aha. That's the problem. Add zone shouldn't be doing the add zone. It should be doing a create entity. It should be doing one of these. Add zone. It should just be doing this directly. Create entity. And this is components type zone. right? What's the C stand for? Component. That's what it stood for. And then I had N for name, right? Name. That's it. Okay, let's try again. Bob. Hey, entity 1726 is Bob. So, I should be able to go to the Bob zone. Here's the Bob zone. Welcome to Bob. What should Bob have in it? Some water, maybe? Actually, let's put some land. Some desolate land here in the center. And surrounded by some water. There's the Bob zone. And move back to the normal zone, move to the Bob. So I have to type in the number. I could make a special action to just jump to it. That's probably what I should do. So let's change it to Alex instead. And let's see if reset works. I don't want to remove it. Let's make a new zone called Alex. And then just remove it. Okay, remove didn't work. It might have, but I might need to refresh to see it. Let's see. Okay, the names aren't being... It did remove that when I hit remove on, but the names aren't coming across in the initial subscription. Oh, yeah. The golem's got a name. Named after the game. Actually, I didn't test what happens if you do uppercase. Oh, well, NUI can't add a command anyway because NUI is not a mod. And it's add com, not add cmd. Actually, what happens though if I do add com golem? No. I don't think it'll ever get to it, or when it's case insensitive, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's case insensitive, so it'll never actually finds that command. Yeah, it was on top. Yep. But it's case insensitive, but the add com doesn't check. It's just suggestions. Although you did help me realize something. This is a bug, so add com should check commands case insensitively. Bad golem. Okay. Anyway, let me find out what happened here. Let's see if the name is transmitted at all. Whoa. Okay. The name is null. It's possible the name didn't get saved in the snapshot at all, even though it should have been. Let's find out. It would be in one of these journals. Maybe? Okay, it might, I'd have to look at the snapshot. So let me drag that off screen for a moment. Because a snapshot can have sensitive information in it. And I need to cover that up first by collapsing it. There we go. Zone. Oh yeah, look, it's empty. Oops. Why would it be empty? Why is it expanding that when I just scroll? Is it because it's rewriting the file? Good thing it didn't show the sensitive information there. We'll just watch the journal here as, okay, the journal's getting, okay, they're reset. So let me try it right now. What happens when I go to zones and then set that name to Bob? It didn't put it in there. Look at that. It's empty. Why would that be? Update zone. Supposed to have the name in there. The name, but the name might be undefined. I wonder if that's the problem. Wait a minute. Isn't it great that commands work when putting text after them? How does the bot handle the following today learn? No, yeah, it only picks the first one. Yeah, it ignores the other arguments. Oh, shoot. It should be pulling from the new name, not, yeah. Yeah, it is undefined then. I got this wrong. It's not there at all. It has to find the new name, so it's got to go through the array of zones and find it then. So const zone info equals, that means I need get state. Get state admin zones find zone or zone dot, well, find well, this is going to look weird. Zone equals zone. Okay, no, I can't use that word. Let's call it record. And then this will be zone info. No, it can't be that. It's just name is zone info new name. Let's try that. Let me watch the network on this one. Bob, update. No, it still used null. Okay, what's in my Redux then? State, admin, zone 0. Why is the new name null? B-O-B. The name is Bob. And it came back as null. Was it in the game journal though? Or did I already miss it? It already got rotated through. It rotates really quickly too. There it is. Okay, name is Bob. So it should be in there. So what happens if I reload then? Did it come across the wire? No, it's null. Shoot. Why is it null? Oh, because it's not name, it's n. Okay. One more time. Bob. Update. Yay. And then if refresh, it comes back as Bob, right? Yay. Okay, now add Alex. Remove Alex. Remove doesn't work. And I don't know why. Well, it doesn't come back and update it. It does get removed. So there's a new zone, 1763, and then remove. Sends a request to destroy entity 1763, but I don't get anything back saying that zone is removed. Does that mean that the executor doesn't see it on ECS destroy entity? Oh, did I never test that? I guess I never tested it. I should have a test for it. Yeah, I never tested it. Like destroy golem command should be destroy zone. So make a zone with zone name of overworld. Destroy that entity. What I should get back is a array with the entity in it, or zones. Just zones removed. I think that's the string I picked before. Yeah. Okay. Missed something. You wish you could develop in your language? I thought you can with a subset of the language. It was just templates you had trouble with. Right. It doesn't. There's replicating the bug. The bug is that it doesn't look here. I guess I have to do it this way. Zone? Zone. Okay. Zones removed. Add entity. Still wrong. Oh. Zone. No one caught me, so no one would have. No one scored any points. All right. That requires a backend restart. You need templates for arrays. Really? Can't just do a built-in array type that doesn't need a template? Zone. Too late, sad fella. If you were saying zone to catch me in that mistake. Alright, come on. You can do it. There you go. Caught up. Nice. So, we're caught up. Let me add Alex and then remove Alex. Yay. All of that. What? 2 hours and 34 minutes just to add that? Let's check it in. So this is all the work that has to do with add infrastructure for adding, updating, and removing zones. Let me add a quick teleport button to the actions here. That's not that hard to do. So I go to the character panel and add a little button here. I need to be really careful about remove. Let me put it in front of update. So we'll put it here. On move to... Oh, hold on. I gotta go open the door for a creature. I'll be right back. Would you like to say hello to a creature? Creature. It's a dread creature. A dire cat. Gonna claw your face off. Kitty. Nice kitty. Nice kitty. Yeah, he's my beast. The beast. Alright. On move to zone. Go. Just call it go. And then that will be a new prop. So dispatch actions, move camera. We're just gonna assemble a new position here. So this will be or should I just do move camera? Let's just do move camera. So this won't be I won't need this as a prop. We'll just make it a function here. Zone. So this will be on move camera. And it needs a position. And this, just that, right? And it doesn't need to be named then. It's just like that. Okay, cool. Thanks for the follow. Bear goes ham, Dev. Bear goes ham, Dev. That sounds like my friend user 335. He's working on a game in Unity where there are bears and demons, and the demons can go ham if you don't keep them fed. Thanks for the follow. Beckalets. The dread creature, yes. Okay, so we're going to move the camera to the camera's current position, which is available where? I think it's just camera. Actually, we can do it this way. ... camera. Zone is what field? Z? Zone? Let's see if that works. Go. Hey, it worked. I don't have a way to get back to the default zone, though. I could just do that for now. Cool. All right, I like it. Let's check that in. I have quick teleports to different zones now. Add a go button for quickly teleporting to zones, to listed zones. All right. Done with zones and zone management for now. Editor for entities is next. So it's a whole new panel. And when I have that panel open, left clicking on the stage, I want it to select a position, and then a selected position, I want to show all the entities in the list. So the backend support is I need to be able to query entities by position at least. I'll add that later. I need by position. I don't need that right away. I guess I'll start with this. Query entities by position on the back end, and then clicking on the stage would do that query, and then when I get the results of the query, I would show it in a list. Okay, so panels all need icons. So this is a new panel, unless I put it into an existing panel. But these are all kind of full. I think what I'll do is make a target reticle sort of icon. So let's go make an icon. A sprite. We'll pick NPC. And what was this one about? Oh, that was the tile set for the NPCs. Don't need that. This one, yeah. So let's erase everything. Save as entities. And I'm just going to go with something simple like a target reticle. Like drawing a shape. Isn't there a... Yeah, here we go. I want a ellipse. One of these makes a circle. Oh, that's weird. Huh. I didn't know you could do that. One of these key combinations makes sure it's a circle. I just don't remember which one it is. Is it control? It's control. If I click on the center, hold down control and drag, then I get an... Okay, that's not exactly a circle, is it? Oh, it's control and shift. Alright, so let's do that, but with a bigger... It's not doing what I want. I guess I have to click and then hold down. There we go. I always want something simple like that. Then with a slightly smaller thing, let's mirror it this way. And do that. And that. Oops, mirror other way. Something like that. Something quick and dirty. Let's use red fill. Like that. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I just want something quick and dirty. Can do artwork later. I want to export it up and then into public and call it entities ping. Export. Done with a sprite. Let me deploy that file. So AWS S3 copy. Okay, we're not in public. AWS S3 copy entities to my bucket. Is it? It's 2, right? All right, and then that's just so I don't forget it. I don't actually need it for the local development. So we're going to make a new panel. So let's copy paste the panels. So this is going to be entities panel and entities panel. Clear out all of the CSS, rename this entities panel. Drop a bunch of stuff I don't need. Don't know what I'll need. So it's just going to be start with nothing. Nothing. We're just going to return the character panel actually. What was that for? Just to make sure that I don't know why I had a flex 00 auto actually. Oh no, that's for the children. Is that to make it grow to fill? Maybe I need the same thing. I don't remember. Let's just put it in there anyway. Entities panel, and then entities. Did I seriously? Okay, there's no colon. But I added a colon here. I should probably remove that for consistency, right? So remove that. All right, entities, and then there's nothing in there yet. Was I going to make log out a button everywhere? Remove it for now. Empty. Empty, empty, empty. Okay, so that, well, we'll need actions eventually. Will I need state? Yeah. Yeah, I'll need that. For keep it in there for now. It'll be a warning until we, well, yeah, leave it for now. So the index needs to include it. Entities panel. Then we'll pull it into the playing activity for the panels here. And do this. Entities panel. And then where I have cluster. So here's where I get to determine what the order is. Where do I put that panel? Hey there, RDM. How are you doing? Mr. Sir, indeed. Where to put it? Oh, aw, snap. Don't know why that's happening. Some kind of problem in my front end tool. But only when I'm in admin mode, apparently. No one else has reported that to me. Where should I put it here? Probably should go near the tile sets. So let's put it after tile sets. Tiles. So this is entities. And this one gets capitalized. And line 10 needs a comma. Desperately. Oh, thank you, Artyom. Yeah, it's been a year and 2 days now since my first stream. My first stream, I had a big gap between the first stream and the second, so I don't know if we consider it one stream anniversary, 1 year and as of stream 1 or stream 2. Stream 2 wasn't until the 30th. I'm going to say I'm not going to really consider it a year until I get to the 30th, because that's when I seriously started streaming for a while. But technically, it's been a year and 2 days. Yeah. It was more like I didn't know what I was doing, and I think a bunch of work stuff came up, so I couldn't stream anymore. I don't know, maybe it was so traumatic I blocked it out of my memory. Okay, there's my new icon there. Entities. So another thing I want is that while we have this panel open, I shouldn't be able to destroy tiles like that by right-clicking. Because that should be only something that happens when the tile set panel is selected. So that means I need to find out where do I have the selected tile. I mean the selected panel. That's recorded somewhere, right? Is that in state for React? That means I might need to move it to Redux. Active panel, yeah, so it's in React state. I need to move this. Let's move it to Redux. Where do I put it? While your compiler is slow, the compile time is consistent. Well, then that makes sense. It should be consistent. Inconsistent compiler would be kind of scary. I want it under stage or session reducer. I think this stage reducer is probably going to go away eventually. Session reducer will have our general login session. I guess I'll just put it here. So what did I call it? I called it active panel. Okay. We'll default it to character, I guess. That means on session, well, we can just leave it alone. If I log out as an admin, log in as a normal user though, it should reset it, right? That means that I should set it when we know that we're admin or not, right? Where is that known? Here? When the key is dropped? Admin start. Hold on. I don't remember this very well. Where do we dispatch it? On admin authenticate. Okay, what if we log in as a normal user? Oh, it's when we switch activities, right? So maybe I could do it when we switch activities? So where is that? That session also? Or is it stage? Current activity, that's what it is. So here, on login complete, I could do it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So I'll have the session reducer reduce login complete by reinitializing the active panel to character. What's the problem here? Oh, misspelled return. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Be bad to fall off. What? What happens if you fall off the map? You there's no gravity, so you just kind of wander off into the distance. You want to play around with that? All I need to do. Where are you in the game? Are you in the game? You're around here somewhere. Yeah, there you are. So if you want, I can let you explore the darkness. Hey, we don't want everyone. It's just you, right? So let me close off the island for a second, and then we'll just give you a land bridge. I'll just give you some tiles to let you explore off the edge of the map if you want. You can go see what it's like. You end up out here and there's nothing to stop you. You can go off into the distance. Let me get your entity. Actually, I can get it from here. I could teleport you to safety by finding your entity number, 3553, and teleporting you back if you get lost. Yeah, go see the unknown. There, you have access to the void beyond. There he goes. Oh, he's thinking about it. There he goes. Oh, he's lost forever. Never coming back. I don't show the coordinates of players though. It's full of terrors. I don't have any Easter eggs in the game yet, so it'll take a while, Nui. Right, 2 billion squares before he overlaps. Actually, it'll overflow, so it'll end up at the bottom of the map instead of the top. Right? All right, login complete. I just wanted to reset the character panel if that happens. And I'll need some actions to change the active panel, so well, just one, I guess. Set active panel. I don't know why I copied that whole thing. All right. Let's reduce that here. Set. Here we go. Is it a torus if it overflows and you get flipped to the other side? Or is it just that there's a one-dimensional singularity? Is that a thing? Like a line at the edge where if you jump into it, you get teleported to the other side. It would actually affect visibility too, I think. Because it'll overflow the coordinates even when it's telling the camera is scanning for tiles nearby. Anyway, this is return ... state active panel action panel. All right, and then in the playing activity, I can remove this now, and then active panel is just something that we are given in the props. And then set active panel is on set active panel. So that goes away. Let's do this on, there we go, and then I can remove this. Active, okay, I need both of these. Need this one up here. Session, right? And then this one down here. Panel. Okay, that's cool. Let's see if that worked. Got a lot of progress done with your bot. You got node events finally working and you recognize links properly. With or without security, with or without triple W, with or without port. Gotta go make some food though. Okay, well, hi and bye, Playing with Skizzers. Good work with the bot. Yeah, Playing with Skizzers is working on a bot for at least one or more purposes. One thing I know he's doing is he's helping out in CM Griffing's channel, who I might as well give a shout out to. Chris Griffing is on Twitch. He is working on a number of things. Web dev, he's doing a chat overlay right now. And Playing with Skizzers was helping out in his channel by having a bot that if you make a brand new account and you try to chat in Chris's channel, the bot will time you out. The theory is that most people who create new accounts and go into channels and chat are doing that, making throwaway accounts just so they can ban evade. So to prove that you're not trying to ban evade, it only lets you chat if your account is more than 7 days old. Thanks for the follow. Hamyak Gamer. Hey, from, is that Russia? Or US? Hello. All right. Oh, the unknown is back. I should open up the bridge there again. How was exploring the nothingness from beyond? Scary? This is the island. This is the unknown island, by the way. It's unknown lives there. What if someone sets aside quite some other accounts? That's maybe a problem. I don't know. Playing with Skizzers might be able to address that. Most people who ban evade, it's like they've just been banned and then they get, you know, kind of ticked off and they go and create a new account just so they can come in and mess with the streamer. And so that's what his bot sort of doesn't prevent, but it discourages that kind of behavior. All right. Actually, I forgot to test this. So this is now in Redux state. Let me test that. It should be set active panel, yeah. Cool. That was easy. Should probably just check that one in really quick. This tab. Active panel. Reducer changes. These lines. These lines. Not this one. Oh, wait a minute. These all changed, didn't they? Okay, let me stage and then unstage the things that, like this one, go in a different commit. So this new panel is unstage. Yeah. That's different. Yeah, it's different. Okay, so this is move active panel selection from React to Redux. So yeah, if you ever want to know how to move stuff from React to Redux, in general, what you do is in React, you remove the state hook if you had one, and if it was the old way, the non-hook way, it was with this.state. You would remove that variable. Instead, you have to pass it in as two different props. One is the current value from Redux, and the other one is a method to change the value. And that's hooked into Redux through these two maps, right? The current state you pull from the state using the map state to props, and then to change it, you map a function to a dispatch in action to make the change. And then, of course, you have to have the reducer has to have an initial state that where the variable's initial state is defined, and then in all the actions that would change that state, like the directly sending it, and then I have it as a side effect also reset it if you log in. That gets added to your reducer, and then of course you have to define the action somehow. I like talking about React and Redux. I feel like I understand it well enough now. So what are we doing here? This is just a typo, fixed typo. This is adding the entities panel, so just say establish entities panel. And then we're all checked in. You can channel the unlimited power of darkness now. Well, technically there's nothing out there to channel, but okay. Aw, snap. I don't know why this keeps happening. It's when I tab out. I wonder if something weird's going on with Phaser if we're not tabbed in. I don't know. Okay. Entities panel. Just notice that you got the dispatch function set manually for all my mappings. If you pass an object connect, it'll automatically add dispatch to them. Don't see if you had anything else. I have dispatches, but the arguments sometimes are different. Would connect do that automatically? Sometimes it's a single pass through. Other times it's put it into an object with the same key as the value, as the variable name. Other times there's no arguments. I don't know if that could be automated or not. Are you in need of a villain for the game? There is the concept of a villain, and we were talking about that in Discord, but the story ideas aren't fully formed yet. If you're implying that the unknown might become a villain, hey, it's always possible. We can make you a villain. Or maybe there'll be an NPC called the Known, and the Known will be the unknown's arch nemesis. Who knows? Okay, now that I have the active panel in my Redux state, I wanted to use it in the middleware for the stage so that when I click interact, I don't want it to actually do anything unless we're in the tiles panel. So here we go. I think what we'll do is we'll just map it based on the active panel. Yeah, let's say interact tiles. Do I need all the same information? I might. And this is all of this stuff, I guess. This is, let's just copy a cut paste there. Interact tile. So this will depend on what active panel we have going. So I need gets, I already have get state. And I don't need dispatch anymore, or pointer apparently. Let's see. Whoa. Okay, let's click it again. Now that I have that. That's the anchor I was supposed to go to, right? Map defining dispatch to props. Okay, good. Object shorthand. If you pass an object full of action creators, then it will automatically bind them for you. It's just recommend always use the shorthand unless you have a specific reason. Well, yeah, the only time it actually got dispatch was here, which is fine, right? That's okay. And where is that done? Wait a minute. Where is this in the code? Is that's done behind the scenes? That's done automatically, okay. But it has to have this pattern, right? Spread arguments. Because that doesn't quite match what I'm doing, but yeah, let me read and think about this a bit offline. Give you a point for that. I kind of like the ability to be a bit flexible, but maybe this is a bad habit I'm getting into by doing this. I haven't had problems managing it really. I've had a few bugs though. So where is it? Using this approach would help discipline. I would be forced to do a spread syntax. Each one, multiple arguments pass through to the action, right? Rather than having this scheme where I can take one argument and button it up into an object. That's the only thing I would lose, I think. But maybe the discipline outweighs that. Yeah. Cool. I'm not going to do it right this moment, though. Should I have more of that in here? Let me think. Where do I use the pointer? Just to know what button we held down. Okay. Oh, I should also get this, shouldn't I? This should be just done for me. So let me move this over here. Okay, it doesn't actually use those. Why is it grayed out here and then... Okay, it's because I never use them. So that's... Yeah, I haven't used them yet. Tiles over isn't used. It's used there. Okay, so I can move that line. Yes. Okay. So I need to have a table. Where's another place where I had a table? This one had a table. Oh, it's that simple. Okay. Fine. So const. What's a good name? Interact by panel. And then just an object. And then it's panels. So tiles should go to interact tiles. And then that's the only one I have defined yet. So I say if, how did this work? We look it up and say if. So handler, I guess. Let's call it interact handlers. Or just handlers. Yeah, there we go. Interact handlers. So it's handling by get state session active panel. Did I get that right? Yeah. I just didn't know about it. And then we give it all of these arguments that we need. All of these things. And then this should be, well, hold on. Does this actually use X and Y? Or does it only use world X, world Y? It does use X and Y. Okay, shoot. Okay. How complicated is that calculation? Yeah, we should pass it in. Because of that ambiguity, we'll call it view X, view Y. And rename these up here. View X, view Y. All right. And that needed the world X and Y. Right down here. Okay, let's try it out. Dispatch not defined in 244. Oh, yes. Dispatch and what else? Pointer. Pointer. Okay. So clicking here has no effect, but if I'm here, clicking has an effect. Nice. All right, so the next thing I want to do is, I think I want to have the cursor stick if I click. So I want to have like a selected position added to the stage or session. So in a yeah, because the stage will need to draw it. I do have start and stop move there. Maybe that makes sense because this stage middleware picks from the stage. It also picks from admin though. Actually, yeah, it should go into the admin reducer. It's an admin thing. Yeah, okay. I convinced myself it should go here in the admin reducer. This is selected position. The two types, sprites and sprite shifts, have different sprite keys, sprites and new sprites. Yeah, that's because of a bug. It shouldn't be new sprites. Oh, wait a minute, no. It appears to be a bug, but shift sprites does actually two things. It shifts the existing sprites and then gives you the new sprites to add. It's like a dual purpose message. Shift the existing sprites and then here's some new ones. Yeah, but I did think that did occur to me that if they were the same, I could route them to the same function in the stage middleware to add the sprites. How does it work right now? This one says this has a for each to reflect that each one's added, right? So it's the same line, it's one line of code. So making them the same word, the only effect would be that to make these two lines of code look the same, and then maybe I could combine them two. I don't know. That's all. I think that's all it would affect. Selected position should reset every time we move to the out. Whenever whenever we set the active tile, active panel. Well, thank you, Liquidor. I appreciate the thought. But yeah, the format's the same. I guess I'm just, yeah. For consistency, it should be the same. I think you're right. Well, except for that the new implies that if I just call it sprites, it might be ambiguous what it means in sprite shift. Yeah, so I need that new somehow in there. Maybe I can make them both new sprites. I think that's what I'm gonna do at some point. So rename sprites to new sprites in the sprites message to make these consistent. The output is the same. Yeah, it should just be new sprites in both because they both imply, here, add these to your sprite set. They're new. Okay. This one had active panel, right? On set active panel. Actually, this is not very clean, is it? There are two ways to set the active panel. I'd rather a middleware take that and dispatch set active panel to that. Yeah, let's do that. What middleware would be good to catch that? Maybe Stage? Login and authentication, maybe? Well, do I have middleware that handles login complete? I do not. Alright, I do. Which one is this? Profile middleware. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I think I want to do it this way. Instead of doing this, I want this here. Yeah, just right here. Oh, hold on. Dispatch actions set active panel. Panel is character. And then that. Then I can rely on set active panel here. So this one. This is clearing the active, no, selected position. Actually, do I care? If you switch out to a different panel, switch back. Yeah, maybe I don't care what the active panel is. Yeah, never mind. This, okay, let's look. Right, so I would change this to new sprites. But this is not what I want to do, actually. It's not that we replace all the sprites with the new ones, we have to add them. So it'd be like a plus equals. This one, when you get the sprites message, you're dumping all the old ones and setting up all the new ones. So that happens like if you teleport like that all of the old tiles got removed implicitly by the new sprites message. And but when we shift, we're only adding one column, but we're not removing all the old ones. So like we're shifting the existing ones. All the ones that shifted off the right end get implicitly deleted. All the ones that didn't shift off the end get implicitly moved, and then there's explicit add a new column. So we can't just replace here. We'd have to add. This always replaces this always, just adds new ones. So the semantics will be a little different between the two. So maybe, I don't know. There's context, right? Contextual meaning and what you're supposed to do. To the client, the structure of the array is the same, but you won't get the same sprites. You see what I mean? Yeah, okay. For the shift, you'll only get the ones to add to the current set. For the sprites message, though, you get you get a repeat of the ones you already had. You basically dump all the ones you had before and you just reset it. Yeah, it's the type. The type implies it's contextual by the type, right? Okay, the selected position. So let's start off by making a handler for clicking. Interaction, right? So this will be entities. Interact entities. Being able to decode your intermediate language bytecode? Nice. Okay. This is pretty simple for now. I just need to dispatch actions set. I don't have an action for this, do I? Selected position. World X, Y, world Y. And actually that's probably all that we'll need. I won't need any of this stuff. I just need an action. Set selected position. Yeah. And that goes back into that admin reducer. Selected position. X action X, Y action dot Y. Or maybe I should just put it in as, no, let's just keep it the way it is. You'd explain to your compiler that a 32-bit integer can be converted to a constant 32-bit integer without a cast. Aha. Okay, so that will set it. Now, to show where it is, that's in the stage middleware. So it needs to catch that as well, then. And it makes sense that I only catch it when phaser's ready. I never did go back and clean this. Oh well. Set selected position. Which programming language is better for 2D game coding? I'm a new game dev, so don't trust me. But I've heard that Game Maker Studio is pretty good for 2D games. I mean, you can also do 2D games in Unity. So the programming language is involved. I don't think it really matters what programming language. I think it matters more what engine. Language most comfortable with has support in a game engine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would pick a game engine that is good for 2D game coding and then look what languages that engine supports. So like Unity, C Sharp, Game Maker Studio is what, GD's? Was it C++ or Go or something like that? Godot also, yeah. I should make a command for this. What game engines you should look into for certain things. I'm not an expert though. I feel like I'm not qualified to answer that question. Okay, where's my table? Here it is. Set selected position. It's already going to be reduced, so it's really the side effects. So I might not need any arguments other than get state. So what do we want to do? We want to move the selection sprite, which I need to define somewhere. Where did I... Sprites add sprites. Add sprite. What was it? Add graphic? Cursor. I have a stage cursor. Cursor. That's what this thing is right now. It's a cursor. But if I click, I kind of want it to... maybe it just changes the color of it? How about a green one? It'll be selected position. Okay, so this will be like the cursor then. Where are it? Okay. Can I just turn that into cursors? No, let's just replicate this. Destroy position marker. Selected position marker. So it will have to move whenever our position changes too, if it exists. Where do we make a new one? Oh yeah, here we go. So here's the stuff I want for set selected position. I want that. So I need a stage. And then cursor becomes selected position. That goes away. If we have one, okay, what's this tile X? Oh, right, tile X becomes, well, we need to get the tile coordinates. Yeah, so we need to compute them. Const tile X equals, I need to get the current camera position. This stuff. Kind of like this, but backwards, right? Tile X and tile Y is world X, and, well, camera position X. It's actually the, well, I need to get the selected position. That is equal to get state admin selected position. Now, I always get these backwards. Is it that position minus the camera? If the position is 1 square to the right, then we would get 1, which is almost what I want. I need to center it. How do I center? Adding the stage center X, right? Like that. And then the same thing with the Y. So if we already have a glyph, if it moved, move it. Why do I store? Oh, right. We can cache it. Yeah, do the same trick. If we don't have one, then make one and put it... What's this corner X? Oh, I need to compute that. How is that computed? Oh. Oh, I made 0, 0 the center. And then the corner is computed from that. Okay, fine. That means that I remove these two. The corner is a tile plus the center time, and then that's pixel position. Right, and then here I want it to be green. RGB. And then when do we destroy it? Destroy cursor is called where? And I'm going to call in the same place. Hiding the stage, right? So do that. That just needed the stage, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that works. Hey, look at that. I got a green box. It doesn't move correct. Okay, so whenever the camera position changes, we need to update it. So how do we know when the camera changes? That's an action, right? Camera. Move camera? No, reflect camera position. There we go. So that's another thing we gotta wait for. Reflect camera position. Maybe we should add unit tests for React Redux. I kind of have a philosophy about user interfaces, and that's that I don't find them valuable. I don't find it valuable to unit test user interfaces. I'd rather just test it by trying to use it, since the user is close to the user interface. The user can be just the tester of the user interface. But I understand that it's sort of controversial. People could ding me for being not so thorough in my testing. But I guess the way I try to justify it is, if there's something wrong with the UI, I'll see it right away when I try to use it, as long as I'm using the complete user interface. So, like, every time I add something, I'm going through and checking all of the code paths, all the things. Like, that's what, when I did the zone, I tried add, update, reset, remove, and the go. And once they all worked, I'm like, okay, we're done. But one thing I am missing, not having unit tests, is there's no regression testing, so there's nothing that goes and does that again to see if I broke it. Yeah, I guess I can use the same justification. I'm lazy. It's hard to write UI tests. Maybe it's easier to write React tests because you can take it and put it in isolation. But like in general, user interfaces, if you have to like click onto a pixel position, and you want to see that like that's what shows up, that pop-up there showed up with that contents, that could be a complicated thing to do. Tile IDs are described with a tile ID starting from 1, but the tile set has access with 0 index. There is no 0 tile, and the access is a bit field, so it's not an index. Everything with tiles and tile sets should start with 1, because 0 is reserved to mean that it's grandfathered in from before there were tiles. So right now, like this admin, the yellow helmeted axe guy is the default tile. That's what you get if you use tile 0. So it doesn't need a tile set, it doesn't need a tile, it's just a default. This is actually tile 1. Oh, right, but that's because I can't control what array indices start out in JavaScript. So I have to do plus minus 1 to align them. If I could, I would make it one based array. Yeah, but then I'd have to have the indices as strings and not integers. I mean, the closest would be to make a map, right? Commands and help I haven't done yet. That's on my list of things to do. Sorry, Kenkomatics. It's on my list to do, Kenkomatics. I'll get to it soon, I promise. Should I give you a point for consolation prize? I'll give Liquidor a point too. Wait a minute. There's a bug in Yada where if I click someone and there's chat, like, I almost assigned the point to the wrong person. Oh, and hey there, Mr. Balrog. I forgot to say hi. Hey, Mr. Balrog. You can initialize an array with undefined index 0. Good point. Let me not forget this stuff. Good point. You get a point, Mr. Balrog. Please add whisper command support. What do you want it to whisper to you? The points? Okay. Probably a good idea. Hey there, Bo Kerrigan. Oh, that's a good one. I'll give you another point for that. That's a good idea. You could whisper the bot and the bot whispers back. What if the tile with ID 1 is removed? There's no way to remove tiles in a tile set right now because the IDs are literal offsets in pixels. So to remove tile 1, like remove the water tile, you can't do it. It's always going to be there in the ping image unless I shifted the ping itself and then I'm changing the index of every tile. So I probably wouldn't do that. If I were to update this tile set, I would probably just add things on the right and I might reuse a tile. The most I would do is stop using a tile. Like if I didn't like the tall grass, which is tile 3, right? I would just stop using tile 3 until later maybe I reuse it and make it something different. I don't think Nui uses Discord right now. The only issue with whisper commands is that Twitch can be bitchy about letting bots actually send whispers. Yeah. Well, the way I would notice is indirect is someone would complain that the bot is not responding to them. Yeah, so there was something that Cthulhu was talking to me about, that there might be a way to bridge the Discord into Matrix, so we might do that. Then you wouldn't have to have a Discord account. Just looking into how to set that up. Okay. To have that, I need to have reflect camera position, really just to update the selected cursor. So I don't think this needs any arguments other than get state. Actually, it might not need any arguments. Hold on, we'll figure out what it needs. Oh, Matrix is something that Cthulhu told me about, that it's a way you can connect different accounts or bridge different things together so you don't have to have accounts everywhere. Yeah. So that would be one way to connect Discord to other places for people who don't want to have Discord. Yeah. 20% battery in laptop, need to go to bed? Okay, Mr. Balrog. Have a good night. Wow, I'm almost at 4 hours. This is taking me longer than I thought. I guess because I've been chatting so much. Okay, what do I want to do for if the camera's moved? I want to update the camera position. Where was that? Selected position. I want to call this, really. Set selected position. I need the state and the stage. For now. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. Effect camera position is not defined. It's not defined. Oh, actions dot. What's the max duration of the automatic login session? Right now it's a day. But there was a request to extend it, also to remove the IP address. Like right now, the automatic login token only works if your IP address doesn't change. There was a request from someone, I think it was Hideo, convinced me that it was silly, so I was going to remove that. I could. What do you think it should be set to? I could actually change that now before I forget again. Download the configuration. What should we have it set to? So right now it is, let me find it. Where would that be? Login token max age, it's set to a day. What should I set it to? Like a week? 3 days? 7 days? Okay. How many seconds is that? Well, there we go. I'll just set it to that. So it's going to be a week instead of a day. Save. Close. And then I just drag it back. There you go. Tokens last a week now. Oh, the next token you create will last a week. Or if you refresh the token, it should last a week. But let me know if you have trouble with it. Is this a rerun from the 80s? Yeah, sort of. I liked the Ultima games, and so I always wanted to make my own. And I'm throwing multiplayer in the mix, so it sort of is, yeah, a rerun. Okay, did I fix the camera position thing? I had to be on this, and I can click. Oh, that's strange. It's not quite right, is it? Oh, no, it is. It just moves funny. It's sort of disconcerting. It moves before the shift happens. I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. I'll just get used to the jumpiness. You know, I can actually, it's actually related to the jumping problem that happens, the flickering problem. Like you see my character is jumping back and forth. It's because the client isn't doing predictive motion. So it's the same issue here where that thing doesn't seem to, it seems to jump around, but it ends up in the same square. Like it'd be more clear if I made, let's make this a special grass, well, let's just remove the entities around it. So you can see it ends up in the same place, but it jumps around briefly. If I do client-side predictive motion, then it wouldn't do that. So yeah, I'll just wait until I do have client-side predictive motion. All right. Let's put the green indicator above the white one. Add graphic. So that's depth 1. Oh, there's a depth cursor, depth selected position. That means I can place it higher if I want. Let's put it 102. And lift these up. Yep, getting up there in time. I'm kind of slow today. Okay, cool. That's what I want. Okay, now the next thing to do, I think, would be to add the backend command to, when we change our selected position, we want to ask the game what are the entities that are there. And rather, this one right here is relying on the sprite. I want to be able to show invisible ones too, so I should get a complete entity list and show it here in a format that lets me at least list them. Think about community challenges, for example, create a new tile for a tree. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, the one thing I would worry about is I would want people to feel that they were fairly recompensed for it. So I think I would only do it once the reward means something, has some kind of value. Right now, the points don't really have much value. I say this while I give you one, but yeah, I don't want people to feel like their hard work isn't being rewarded, so I'd have to make it clear that you're only going to get points for it, and so you should really only do it if you want to. Idea, give points of value. Give you a point for that idea. Yeah, that's true too. There would have to be some kind of, I don't know. Would a full contract be needed, or just some kind of understanding? Or to be part of the terms of service? I'd have to make a terms of service that includes something like, if you, any contributions you make in game are owned by me, or something like that. Or maybe something more complicated where I do let you have some licensing and copyright over it. Yeah, then we get into the legal territory that I get really uncomfortable about because I don't know it. Yeah, anyway, I have to figure that out. I would need to have the right to at least show it in game and have some liberty about where it's shown. But, you know, depending on how hard it is to make the legal parts of the terms of contract, terms of service, then it could be that you still retain some ownership of it. I don't know. That's a good thing for discussion, maybe. Who should have the rights? How complicated would the legal stuff in the terms of service become? Yeah, what's the best thing to do? I don't know. Let me go ahead and add the front end, the command to the back end that I want, or when set selected position. When this is called, right? Oh, shoot. I don't want... Okay, this is when the action, whoever sent it, that should actually set it. So that should trigger the request to the game. This one is just update. One should call the other. Really, this should be called update. And the one should call the other. So this should just call update selected position with just get state and the stage. But then it should also request the game to do something, so... And then this shouldn't do... Well... Anyway, this is fine. Toulouse says, do you need a way to deselect the currently selected position? Maybe. What would I do with, like, right-click to unselect? I figure that it'll just stay selected, and I don't know, I get a cursor that just kind of sticks around there. Well, is that going to bother me? I don't know. Clicking the same position again would unselect it? Okay. Sounds good to me. That's not too hard. That would be if it is already selected. And that's interaction, right? Interact entities. So if it, so that means I want to get the state. If, let's say, actually, if there is one, right? If, let's just get it. So const current select, we'll just say selected position. Get state session, or is it admin? Selected position. If selected position and selected position x. Actually, it's I guess I'll do an early exit. So if they're all equal. Or not an early exit, it's an alternative path. I suppose I could use null, right? So just dispatch with nothing? Or, how about we'll make it a separate action with no arguments? Clear selected position. I was here, wasn't it? Yes. Selected position null. And then in the stage, I gotta handle it too. Oh, it actually goes to the front. Clear. And up here. What do I need here? Just a stage, right? Actually, it's gonna just call destroy, right? Destroy selected position marker. That's okay to lose. I wanted to add it myself, so that's fine. Define action is a function, right? Yes. And the two arguments are just the same, just written differently? Yes. Why not just write one and let the function do the conversion? I didn't see an obvious way to do that, to convert between uppercase with underscores and then Pascal case. I could do it, but yeah, I guess I could do it. I'm being lazy again, Nui. You guys are convincing me I shouldn't be so lazy. I don't have time to do it today. I'll do it though. I promise. Promise I'll do it. Yeah, all it really is it's the boilerplate for making what Redux needs. It needs something with type in the name, and it needs the arguments spread out into it. That's what it's doing. Okay. Does this work now? Let's test it. I might have done all the necessary things. Yep. All right. So it's no longer selected. Cool. I like it. So let's actually put something into the React then. Oh, wait a minute. No. One more thing I want to do is actually send the command. And that would be in the stage. stage. Set selected position. So let's change the name of this to set selected position marker. Because really it's dealing with the marker. Then once we've dealt with the marker, then I also want to tell the game server I want all the entities at that position. So the world X is what? That is the world X and Y. Okay, so that means I'll need it. Because I'm going to send to game something. Type. Get entities at position. I also need to know the camera position, because the camera position knows what zone we're in. Oh, that's the other thing. When I transition zones, okay, this is probably broken now. If I click there and then I move to another zone, it'll probably stay clicked, right? Yeah, so I need that to disappear. So, where is that done? Oh, that's when I compared, right? With this? Kind of like that. It's when the camera position changed, right? Where was that? Reflect camera position. Here we go. Okay, it just delegated to that. Aha. Yeah, so we're either moving or removing. So this is an else. Okay, let's just make a same zone, right? Selected. Well, that means I'm going to need to cache it. I can cache it here. Well, hold on. That's only true if it's if we have one. Okay, so it's here then. If camera position dot z equals stage selected position dot zone, then do this stuff. Else we're going to remove it. So that is destroy selected position marker. Or can I just clear the current select? No, I just remove the marker. We'll leave it selected. So that's just stage. That means I have to store it here. Zone equals camera position dot z, and then if we add a new one, it's interesting. I never actually stored it there. Why didn't I? Shouldn't I just return here and then just move this logic down to here? Wouldn't that make more sense? And this should have another similar thing. If we're in the same zone, do this. Oh, well, no, we're always in the same zone, right? Yeah, we're always. Okay, good. Good. Is changing the avatar very simple to perform? Why is the rate limit so low? The rate limit is low mostly to just limit the what am I trying to say? Just to limit the load on the servers, because well, in the real game, you're not going to be able to move or act that quickly. So what's the rate limit right now? 200 milliseconds or something. You're not going to be changing your avatar in the real game hardly ever at all. So the fact that you can change it frequently now is just to play around. So I didn't really think it needed to be very high. Can these actually enlarge the game world view? No, it's right now it's the same size. And that might come into play in the game mechanics. Like, if I allowed you to make the size larger, you could maybe see more, and that would be an unfair advantage, or it would make it harder to make puzzles work. So now that I have a fixed distance, I can put stuff that I know the player can't see. Like right now, I don't have to actually paint tiles out here because I know if you stand here, you won't be able to see beyond the edge. So I don't have to have water tiles beyond your visible range. Do that trick. If I let you resize the window to make it larger, then that illusion would fail to work. So I'm sort of a fan of keeping it a constant size. Golem add channel split underscore map. Oh, Nui, you've done the code for me? Thank you, Nui. Can I do that now? Let's try that now. You're saying I can just... turn this around, right? So const action from type. Just be that, right? And then your code. Type dot split map. I don't need those. Substring one lowercase. So a double, it can't have a double underscore, otherwise it's gonna be a problem, right? And then that needs an extra parent. Oh no, it's already here. Then join with empty string. So then I can just do this. And then find all of the commas. Remove that one. And then go to end. There. Like that. Well, I might as well not even have it at all. Let it. This also helps me not make mistakes between the two. Dispatch. Okay, it's in what I was working on back here. What did it need? Dispatch? Oh yeah, this needs dispatch. And what else? Line. Okay, there's no line because I'm not done. Get entities. Right, so this needed selected position X, selected position Y, and then X, Y, Z, camera position dot Z. Oh, it didn't break the game, Nui. It worked. Okay, so doing that would have sent the back end a message, right? Unrecognized message, get entities at position. Let me make sure it actually sent the right thing. Get entities at position. Okay, it didn't include the zone, but is that because we're not in the zone? That's actually what I want, really. So let me move to a zone. Go. Now click. Not working at all. Huh. Oh, because oh, shoot. I'm not in the right panel. Okay, now it included the zone ID. Good. And then move back to default zone. Click. Okay, it's null that time. let's make it conditional. So that means let's define the message up here. Let message equal this. And then if camera position.z is not null. So that I do the not null or equal null because it could also be undefined and it'll match as if it was null. So then it's message z equals camera z. Oh wow, it's past 4 hours? Test this one more time. All right, and then go to Bob zone and click on 17286. Go back to the default zone and click again. It's back to null. Did I not hit save? Why did it put a Z in there? I don't know why it did that. Because I thought that... Am I wrong in saying that camera... x4y2 camera.z equals null. True. And what if I actually put in a null there? Yeah, so I don't know why it's that's weird. I don't know why. Things are happening. Oh, are you forming a global map based off of the bot? I need to remove that avatar tiles thing. That's a relic of the past. You're botting my game. Will there be Zelda-like zone transitions where it shows text on the screen with the name of the place you got into? I thought about that last night. At least showing the title. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea somewhat. And then maybe have some animation in there too. Don't watch the time. You need a background voice. Well, I have time. I can keep going. Why did this not work? That bums me out. Let's do a debugger there. All right, so click, what is it? Let's unanchor this guy. Like what Adam does. And let's make it, can I make the text bigger? I can, okay. So what's camera position? All right, so it skips over that, right? Cool. And then let's go to the Bob zone and click again. It's interesting, I had to click twice. Oh, because I clicked on the same position in a different zone and it unselected it the first time. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, Z has a number in it. Okay, that time, good. So then let's go back and then click a third time. What's camera now? It's not a number. Not a number. That dreaded not a number. It's going to go in there, isn't it? That's because I'm doing parse int and it's coming back with not a number, isn't it? That's in reflect camera position. Not that one. This reducer. Now, why am I getting a not a number? Infinity. Okay, see you, Toulouse. GG and all that. An awesome emote, by the way. Technically just log in on every move and get the full sprites array. Yeah, you could. And that would, I'd have to punish that somehow if I found people were doing that. Or the other way, if I want to deal with the other. I actually prefer the uppercase, but thank you, Nui. I will hold on to that. Where did I put that before? I just pulled it directly into the code. I'll just put it there. Thank you very much. Be another point for that. How do you shift the sprites matrix? Is that liquid or is that your question for someone else or for me? How do I shift the sprites? In the code right now, it's just a loop, right? Shift. Yeah. It's just for every tile we well, remove it if it's off screen now. Otherwise, we just pretend that the server told us that it got moved. You just delta all the current sprites and then remove. Yeah. So this is exactly what it does. If it's beyond the stage, put it into this set, which then we remove them all. And then there's some reason why I did that. Oh, I think that's because reflect sprite removed actually changes stage tiles, and I didn't want to do that while I was looping through it. So I put them in a set, and then once we're done iterating, then go through this set and remove them. Otherwise, we're just pretend we move them. Trying to figure out how to do it in one statement? Yeah, I mean, I would have probably ended up with something similar, but I like... So the one you just did with the regular expression, I don't like so much because of the fact you had to do a regular expression. But I really liked what you did in this because there was no regular expression really, and it fit on one line, so it worked out. All right, so where is the camera getting a not a number? Oh, it's probably when I'm in this and I hit update, right? So that would be in the camera panel? Character panel? Parse int. Probably this one, right? So really stage camera should check for that. I could just check if it's not a number, then make it, yeah. There's the one case where it's a little bit... One thing that I got as a side effect of having both spelling, so to speak, of the name is I could search for one I could go here and search for that string. Now I have to actually type in the equivalent in uppercase to find that. But that's not a big deal. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let new camera position be spread action position. If is not a number, new camera position.z, then delete new camera position. Actually, I don't want to do it here. Forget it. I want to do this when we do move camera. This. Yeah, this. I just don't want to include the D, so yeah, we'll form the position up here. Position? Actually, that's there, isn't it? Oh, I can just mutate that. That's my own local copy, right? So I can just say if not a number, position, delete it. Then just have position here. All right. Or does that have extra things in it? What's that actually have in it? Let's debugger it and see. Oh, it's got a depth in it. I suppose that's fine. Or modifying each one. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's form new position. X position to X, Y position dot Y. I could even be smart about it and like only include the keys that changed. But I'm not. So then I'll turn this around. If not is not a number, then new position Z equals position Z, and then that's new position. Okay, go. Cannot read properly X of null. Oops, what happened here? What's the exception? Selected position? Ah. Oops. That should be moved into here. All right. Yeah. Hold on. If there's no selected position, what do I do then? No, there should be a selected position. Oh, thanks for the follow, Pluto. Hold on, how did I get into this position here? Reflect camera position? Right, the camera moved without me having anything selected. Oh yeah, why am I moving the marker if it doesn't exist? Where is that? Stage, line 347. Yeah, only if a stage selected position should we do this. Reload. Okay. That move is fine, right? I already tested that. And then go to that zone. The zone marker's in, the zone number's in there, so yes, it sets it. Go. And then go back out, and there it's not a number. So it doesn't add it. What if it's null? Null I want in there. Actually, this isn't gonna work, is it? It should just set it to null. Yeah, I can't escape that zone now. Yeah. Where was that? I'm gonna add two of them in there? Oh, yeah. That I don't need it anymore. Okay, so I need it to be null if it's not a number or null. Null or not a number, right? Something like that. I think I got it. So go to that zone. Should put it in there. Good. Leave the zone. It's null. Then it leaves the zone. Good. All right. So put a marker here. Then go to the bob zone. Set a marker again. Go back out. Set it a third time. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it I have to click and then move? That's weird. How come it's only every other click? I'm having to click 3 times to move it. Why is that? Just notice I have function expressions where the parameters are defined as objects. What's the object parameter doing? How does it work? It's kind of like giving names to the parameters, so that some of them can be either optional or thrown away. It's what I've discovered. Like, I didn't read about this. It's just something I discovered, that if you pass an object to a function, you can use object decomposition syntax to pick out the pieces of the object that's passed in that you care about. So you could call move camera with like an extra parameter, and then this move camera just doesn't do anything with it. It gets tossed. But that also like means that you can, when you call move camera, you can have action, dispatch, and get state in different orders. So the order of the parameters doesn't matter, and I really like that. Destructuring, object destructuring, yeah. I said object decomposition, but it's destructuring. Yeah. So it's named arguments, they can be any order, and you can have, like, if you call move camera and you don't pass dispatch, you'll still get a variable called dispatch, but it'll have an undefined value. That's just convenience. Okay, yeah, what's going on with the click? That's what I want to know. That's interaction. Interact entities. Let's put a debugger on that. Let's see what's going on here. Click. Oh, I forgot. F5 reloads, doesn't it? Click. What's go? F8. That's confusing. Click. Oh, it's only when I went to the Bob zone and then moved back, right? Well, before we move back, let's click again. And then move back there, and then click again. Go, and then click. Right, so it's not quite working for some reason. So it's when I click now, what's it doing? Set selected position, so that will go. Thanks for the follow, the dairy milk. And you're welcome. Set selected position. Set a breakpoint there. Go. Camera position. Okay, it's the not a number thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's including that, isn't it? It's not null, so it's including it. It's putting it in the wrong zone. Dag nibbit. I want to handle a is not a number thing in one place. Fundamentally, it's coming from the parse int, right? Maybe I should just handle it there. It's here, right? So I should just handle it there. I shouldn't be dealing with is not a number everywhere. Yeah, let's just remove this. And actually, I can reduce that to pos.y or pos.z or null, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, if it's 0, I don't want it to go to null. Oh, wait, can I just do pos.z then? Then maybe this goes back to the way it was. So what was this before? It was that, exactly. Okay. Y and Z. Get rid of this, and let me just go to where I did the parse int and just fix it there, so I don't have to deal with not a numbers. There. Okay, so what I really want to do is turn this into that and say let z is parse int value 10 if is not a number z. Well, what do we do? It's null, isn't it? Z. Okay, did I leave any debuggers in? I did not, so we just need to refresh. Okay. Place, whoops, I had a debugger in there. How come I didn't find it? That's odd. What file is that in? Stage? Oh, I didn't hit save. Remember to hit save. Right. Oh, that breakpoint was in there before. Okay, I can move the selection cursor around. Now transport me to the Bob zone, and I can place them around, and then let's go back. Here's the Z test. Now can I place these around? Yes, I can. So there's still the bug where if I put the marker next to me, teleport to this zone, I can't click, it takes 2 clicks to select there because it's not checking the zone. So that's one more bug, right? Interact entities, yeah, it's checking this, right? Was I storing the Z coordinate? Oh, I was calling it zone. Maybe I should be more consistent about that. Call it Z. And then I can, in interact entities, I can just check it here. And then that is from the camera, right? Yeah, so we have to get it from the camera. Well, I can just put it in here. Get state, camera position Z. You should really set files autosave delay to 3 seconds. Let me think about that. Save doesn't disrupt the undo redo stack, right? I'm just, it's been drilled into me to hit save because I was using an editor that didn't have that feature. Oh. I missed the point. I've been giving people points who link their account. Does that mean that there's a new account that I didn't see? Yep. Okay, we will unmask you, lazy guru. Close and lock that one. Yeah, so I like that idea. Let me put that in here. So looks like I don't have any files. Ooh. It's not sorted very well, is it? Autosave delay? Do I need to have autosave on though? After delay? I'm assuming that's what I need, bug found. Is that right? And then it went and it did it, didn't it? And yeah, we can make that 3. So let's test this out. 1001, 1002, 1003. There we go. It's gonna take me a while to break myself of the habit of hitting save though. Perfect. Yeah, but now I'm gonna be like always, I'm gonna be hitting save constantly because I've trained myself to do that for like the last 20 years. And I'm gonna have to break myself of that habit. I guess it doesn't hurt if you hit save, and that just doesn't do anything, right? All right, let's see if that change made a difference here. Select the tile next to me. Go to the Bob zone. Select the tile next to me. And it worked. Okay. And selecting the same tile in the same zone Doesn't work. Doesn't unselect it. Okay, so I broke that. Let's debugger that. Sounds like I'm saying bugger that, but it's debugger that. Click, go, click again. There's no Z. Well, neither does the camera. Is that the problem here? Why is it taking me 2 clicks? Oh, I know why. It's interact does a check, right? Yeah, last interaction. Okay, that's where I really should do the check. Okay. So really it's well, how was it working before then? Hold on. Interact. Oh, it's because interact, it continues to interact while you're dragging. Ah, that's right. Okay, so I need to move that check maybe out. Because it's done in pointer move. And pointer down. Okay, I think I know what I'll do. This last interaction thing, I'll just move that. And I'll put it only is done on a move, not a down. So it's tile X, tile Y. Here. Is that it? Do I leave a debugger in there? No. So refresh. Click, click, click again. Now clicking and moving should move the cursor around. That's kind of cool. So by now it's sent a lot of messages to the server. Get entities at position. Every time I dragged, it did that. Can I show that if I move it down here? Yeah. So I click and drag, it's gonna like, I'm getting a lot of messages about fetching things I don't understand. Cool. All right, now let's put the selection here. Go to that zone. Click again. Okay, I think all the bugs are worked out. Okay, one more test. Oop, I cleared out the name of that zone. Oops. Go. And select, then reset, then select. Okay, it's fixed. Keep missing a tile. Not sure what the bot is seeing or not seeing. It could be a bug in my code. Your bot has vision. Oh, it's this row right here. You're missing something. You're missing one right there. I don't know. That's cool though that you have replacement text art, ASCII art versions of the tile set, I guess. Oh, unselect is not working anymore. That just was working though. Is it because of this zone issue? No, it's just not working. Okay. Debugger it, I guess. click, go, click again. Now it's working? Seriously? Click. Wait a minute. It's null? Anyway, click again. Oh, we're not storing the Z in there? Oh, not even passing it. Well, shoot, that would be why. Oh, no, it gets it from the camera, doesn't it? Oh, it's the marker. Yeah, never mind. I think I'm just getting myself confused. I store it there. So it should get stored now. And then let me click on a different position. Oh, it's not that one. It's the one on the stage. Well, I'd need to put it in the Redux as well. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. So I need a Z coordinate, so let's just get it, well, be consistent, call it world Z is this. Yeah, getting to where I'm starting to make a lot of mistakes because I'm tired, I think. When I get this bug fixed, I'll probably call it and continue this tomorrow. So I don't need to get the camera position for this. It's in the Z coordinate. I know, Commandus. I can't stream that long. Gotta go get some food. All right, so I need the Z coordinate here. Well, if it's there. Can I just do that? And if it's not there, it'll be undefined. I could do that, right? It'll just be undefined. Reset. I can actually look at this Redux now, actually see it. State. Selected position doesn't have a Z in it. But when I go to this zone, it should. 1726, and then when I zone back, it's null now. I guess null's okay. Yeah, that works. The unselect works. And then go into a valid zone. The other thing is if I don't move the selection, and when I go back, it does remove it. What removed it? Set selected position. Set active panel, stage camera, move camera. Hold on, what? Oh, right, I cleared it and then move to null, move it, yeah. Send to game that we're moving to the null zone. Receive back some new sprites. Wait a minute, why? Oh, right, we're moved back to that zone. Okay, so one of these, it changed the selected position. See which one it was. How did the selected position get cleared? Oh, it's still selected. Oh, we don't re-add it when we move the camera back. This move camera should add it. Or reflect camera position should do it. Found the culprit. Hard to find, huh? Reflect camera position here. So that it should have run this. Oh, it's looking at camera position Z. That's right. It should be selected position Z. And I'd do that. Yeah, I don't use the camera anymore. Well, I use the camera for the relative position of the tile, but that's it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. All right. So, try again. So move to that zone, put down a marker, leave the zone. Still showing the marker. Move the marker. That removed it. Now I can't place it anymore. No, it's totally screwed up now. It took 3 clicks to do it. Oh man, this is just... I think I need to take a break. Okay, see you, Kinkomatics. You logged into the bot in the game to place him where you get the weird tile and check the socket. This is the map that the bot shows me. At first you thought a tile was missing, but apparently one of the tiles on row 5 has a different tile set ID. Oh, really? Yeah, that's a grandfathered in tile. Where is that? At -6.5? Let me see if I can find it. This problem again. Let's go to -6.5. You have a grandfathered in tile there? Entity 1.3, no. Okay, it's relative to where you were. Do you happen to know where you were? Okay, it's ID. I can look for entity 869. Or I can just delete it. I just dispose of it. Yeah, this is a C++ backend with the Redux front end. Yep. Yeah, where was your bot standing? Up here? Oh, here we go. We're near it. What was it again? 869? There we go. Oh, the center tile, yeah. That makes sense that that one's never been touched. Here. If I, that should fix that problem. That had never been touched since I added tile sets. That was probably the last one, the one right in the center of the game. Yep. That's how we grandfather in things that were there before tile sets existed. Okay, let me look at this carefully. Carefully. When we interact, world Z is wherever a camera is now. Set selected position reduces to storing it. It's working? Nice. Cool. So then, if we have a tile, if it's in the same zone, oh wait, hold on. Is this right? It really doesn't make sense that we would store it there. How many places do I look at that? Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense, does it? It's if it's in the same zone that we're in. Then either move it. If it's not in the same zone, destroy it. If we didn't have one, then but only add one if it's in the same zone. So, oh, I had this. Oh no, I didn't have this check before. So if it's not, we'll just do an early return. So don't even make one. Didn't exist, not in the same zone, don't even make it. I should also make sure that it's within range. I mean, it'll still create it off screen. But I should just do that, the within range thing. So that's stage width tiles. Well, I never actually check that. I'll just create it anyway. So it'll be off screen. Who cares, right? Click, 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 and then go. Click, 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 click. Go back. Click. Okay, I think I fixed it. All right. So what I'll work on tomorrow is I want to show in this entities panel kind of like see the information when I hover over something. If I hover over here, there are two entities there. There's the admin camera placeholder and then the ground underneath. I kind of want to show the same thing here, but then have more boxes for adding and editing those entities directly. And that's what I'll use to create trigger entities, which then I'll program the game system so that if you step on a trigger, it does something. And that's how I'll do zone transitions. So, where's your point? You get a point for fixing your bug? Okay, fine. Yeah, so that's what I'll be working on tomorrow, filling in this panel and then finishing the work for zone transitions. Let's see, anyone create any new accounts? I didn't, oh, that's old. All right, any new tickets? Oh, there's a new name check when I forgot to close that one. Okay, we good. And who's the point leader? No, oh, we have a tie between BugFan and Kenkamatics now. Oh, and that 1 point for Liquidor fixing their bug put them 1 point above Cthulhu. Now I feel bad for Cthulhu. All right. I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna go get something to eat. So a lot of feedback today. Really appreciate that. And I got the zone management stuff working. That was in this is what it was before, and this is what it is now in test environment. This area where I can add new zones and name them, and then I can use those entities, and I also have a quick thing I can teleport there. And added that, and then I on track to add this. I did this first position here, left clicking on the stage. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. It's actually requesting the entities from the game, but the game's like, I don't know what that message means. So I'm going to fill in that message tomorrow. It'll get back data. It'll have to show that and support all these things we can do with it. And then once I have that set up, I'm going to do the triggers, which will support zone transitions. So like stepping on a teleporter, or entering a town, or going up and down stairs, that kind of thing. Thanks for the follow, Silence. You had fun working on the bot? Well, I'm glad for the opportunity for you to enjoy that. Need to sort out entities so you can have fun with pathfinding? Yeah, that's true. You'll have to figure out what the access fields are. I mean, I have them here, right? Mountains, access 8. Ocean, access 2. Everything is access 1. Which I have. That's my bit fields, right? Ground, water, flying, and solid rock. Or no, it was solid rock and then flying. So, actually that's wrong, isn't it? You could fly over mountains. So that should make that 12 and not an 8. Anyway, I'll leave it alone. I'll just thank you guys for watching and go raid someone else. If I keep talking, I'll keep streaming and then I'll get more and more hungry and tired, so we can't have that. Oh, Codephobia raided me yesterday. Let's repay the favor. Codephobia is... Oh, I need to watch an ad. Getting a staging server up. DevOps, day 4 on some new project. So yeah, Codephobia is a streamer on Twitch, obviously, who is working on web dev. I'm just waiting for an ad to finish. Oh, he just... Oh, no. At first I thought he was AFK, but then he's on camera. He's just... The background of his screen looks like he's AFK. Yeah, DevOps. Okay, we'll raid Codephobia. Add to his numbers. Okay, I hit the button. So thank you very much. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific. I should spam that command. 10 a.m. Pacific or 1700 hours UTC. Bye. Thanks. Bye.